starting. Okay. Well, thanks for the update.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead, Ted, I'm sorry. You were over here.
She's in the mayor's
Yeah, I didn't think
seat.
You confused.
Okay.
Oh,
I
that's
didn't think I sat next.
I got you.
This work session, regular meeting of the Township Council is called to order. Could somebody close the back door? I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, shut out Councilwoman Francois and Council.
One camera.
In accordance with Section 5, the Open Public Meeting Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975, be advised that adequate notice of this work session, regular meeting of the Township Council of the Township of Franklin, County of Somerset, was made by the posting on the bulletin board at the municipal complex and transmitted to the officially designated newspapers. A list of dates annually indicating that this work session regular meeting would take place at the Franklin Township Municipal Complex at 7 p.m. on Wednesday, March 27, 2013. In addition, a copy of this notice is and has been available to the public and is on file in the office of the municipal clerk. Can we all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let us take the next few moments of silence to each seek in our own way whatever sources of inspiration will grant us the strength and power in our thoughts and decisions to be for the benefit of all people at all times. Amen.
Amen.
All right, our mayor will be a little bit late and asked me to start the meeting, so I'm sure he'll be here within the hour. So, Madam Clerk, will you please do the roll call?
Councilman Chase,
Here.
Councilwoman Francois,
Here.
Councilman Kramer,
Here.
Mayor Levine, Councilman Prasad, Councilman Regan,
Here?
Deputy Mayor Sherman,
Here.
Councilman Vasanella.
Here.
Councilman Wright.
Very good. Okay, so on our agenda this evening, we have a commendation for Pop Warner football team and cheerleading squad. Councilman Wright has brought that forward, so we're going to invite them all to come. We're going to invite them to come in now at this point? Okay, please do that. And
He has them.
God, I heard a story. Some guy told me that he was so dead. You know, his water.
I'm going to nominate Bruce later. I'm going to nominate Bruce
Yeah.
McCracken later, I spoke with
I figured if that comes at the end. Victory asked me to report on.
we're just waiting for the Pop Warner team and the cheerleaders to come into the council chamber.
While everyone is walking in, let me just say hello. The reason that we're here today is that we're going to honor the Central Jersey Midget Cheerleading Team champions and the Central Jersey champions of football, Pop Warner. Now, some of you may recognize my face. I did flag cheerleading for a long time until they just ran me off. And now I'm the game announcer for all the teams on Sunday morning. And if you ever want to see some good football, come hang out with us around 8 o'clock for the flag on through the afternoon. We have a lot of fun, okay? Now, what I'd like to do is we have 2 commendations, one for the cheerleaders and one for the junior midget team. And I'm going to ask Nia McBride and Stan to come on up here. By the way, Stan is the president of Franklin Township Pop Warner. So I'll read the first commendation, which will be for the cheerleaders, and then I'll follow that up with the football team. Whereas the Franklin Township Pop Warner midget level cheer team are the 2012 Central Jersey champions, and whereas the team consists of the following members.
First we have Janai. Raise your hand, stand up, do something. We have Nicole. We have Kayla. We have Thalia, Ashley, Alexa, Kiani, Krista, Damari, Shireen, Terry, and Sadie.
I couldn't read all those names. Whereas Franklin Township Pop Warner organization and the Township of Franklin recognize the immeasurable contributions of the head coach, Nia McBride, for unwavering dedication to teach the youth the art and execution of cheering and for selflessly volunteering endless hours educating them in the value of physical fitness and worthwhile pastimes. Now, therefore, I, Councilman Carl Wright, and Mayor Brian Levine, and the Township Council do hereby thank and congratulate the coaches for their tireless dedication and the members of the Franklin Township Midget Level Cheer Team for the honor they have bestowed on themselves, their family, and their community. Next, for the football team, whereas the Franklin Township Pop Warner Junior Midget Team has completed another successful season, finishing as Central Jersey champions with a 7-0 regular season record and an overall 12-1 record. Now let me stop right there. 12-1 record. The boys play some football. The members of the championship team are.
I'll take that.
Yeah,
So,
you run 'em.
George Walton, Chase Smith, Christopher Jenkins, Tyler Howard, Tracy Bowers, Joseph Murray, Lewis Hurd, O'Brien Dennison, Makai Lewis, Giuseppe Capasso, Mink Sela, Nashawn Hill, Dominique Wingate, Edwin Tavares, Kobe Robinson, Keenan Reed, Dakari Faulkner, Stuart Cundiff, Josiah George, Ryan Smith, Luke Vasoni, Rashawn Garraway, Trayvon Newton, Andrew Brzezicki, Alec Ballesteri, Corey Pelzer, Justin Walsh, Exire McCutcheon, and Darius Mathis.
Once again, I couldn't name all those names. Whereas the Franklin Township Pop Warner organization and the Township of Franklin recognize the immeasurable contributions of head coach Derek Brown and the coaching staff for unwavering dedication to teaching youths the game of football and for selflessly volunteering endless hours educating them in the value of physical fitness and worthwhile pastimes. Therefore, we, Councilman Carl Wright, that's me, and Mayor Brian Levine and the Township Council do hereby thank and congratulate the coaches for their tireless dedication and members of the Franklin Township Pop Warner Junior Midget Team for the honor they have bestowed on themselves, their family, and their community. With that, I want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. And if you all go outside, we're going to have pictures taken. Is that okay? Well, hey, come on up, say, hey, listen. So, for all of our community members out there, once again, Sunday when the season starts, and hopefully our park, Middlebush Park, hopefully will be done by then so the teams can play on their new synthetic field. Come on out and be a part of it. Snack shop. And by the way, they earn their own money through selling candy, through the snacks you buy at the concession stands. And we get some money from some corporations that might drop $100 here and there. So if you're a corporation listening, we need money, okay? Other than that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you and have a good evening.
Oh, I didn't even realize it was a pen. The mayor has just stepped out for a moment, so I'll start with the deputy mayor's report, and then when he comes back, he can do the report for the mayor if he gets back quickly. I only have one item. I am the council liaison to the Senior Advisory Committee, and I just wanted to make the public aware of a program that they're going to be holding on August 15th at the Senior Center at 10:30. There will be some other dates, but that's, I think, the only one that's been scheduled so far. They're bringing in a company in Franklin Township called Procure to speak to the seniors about their unique process for tumor elimination. There are only about 5 Procure organizations or facilities in the entire United States. They have this enormous computer reactor down in their basement. Their walls are 15 feet thick to make sure that no radiation gets out. And they basically have a very, very focused beam to destroy tumors, and it's particularly beneficial to children because using the current form of radiation, it splatters in their body and it causes a great deal of side effects. But using the proton beam that Procure has developed, it's very focused, and it's also for other tumors. It's not just for children, and that's why they're coming to the senior center. So bottom line is it's open to the public. So I invite anyone who is interested in learning more about this wonderful company that has located here in Franklin Township to please come and hear this. It could be a life-saving situation. It's something that not that many people are aware of. So 10:30 on April 15th at the Senior Center. So with that, I see the mayor has not returned.
Madam Deputy Mayor, if I may interject.
Please.
I'll put on my doctor hat for a minute. The proton beam radiation that Procure uses is particularly useful for prostate cancer and does not have the side effects that many of the other treatments have. That's probably it treats many types of cancer, but
Right.
that's one of its most important benefits.
Right. Thank you. Thank you for that. Again, it's a life-saving program, and we're so fortunate to have it here in Franklin Township. With that, we'll move on to the next agenda item, which is the 2013 CDGB program. These are grants that are distributed by the township. And Ms. Mitchell, who is the, are you speaking now, or are we going to our guests? Okay, all right. So we have two organizations here today that, in the process of getting this grant, need to come before the council and give us an overview of what it is that they're asking for. So Great Expectations is first on the agenda, so we invite you up to enlighten us.
Okay, I first wanted to put on record here, we're going for a grant from Somerset County, and we're told that we do have to let you know, public record. It's a request for $45,000. It's for a full-time case manager for the permanent housing, permanent supportive housing. The need is for a case manager for what it will be 16 families living in the Avalon Somerset rental complex. The center had applied for New Jersey State RFP and had been selected to receive $250,000 for case management services. But because New Jersey did not receive federal funding, we have relied on $8,000 from a Somerset County CDBG award, as well as as current staff to provide these critical services. We are told by the state of New Jersey that another RFP is imminent.
Great.
Okay? Now do I go on to the,
If there are no questions from the council, certainly, please, you have other descriptions for us?
okay, good evening, Honorable Deputy Mayor Sherman and council members. My name is John Giuliano, the administrator for the Center for Great Expectations, located at 19 Delwood Lane. On behalf of the center, I thank you for your time this evening. The center was founded in 1998 by Peg Wright. We are a transitional housing facility for homeless pregnant adolescents and homeless pregnant adult women in substance use and recovery. Our Child Care Development Center, Katie's Place, provides a critical foundational element to all the center's programs. Each day, Katie's Place provides developmental care to each child, which allows each mother the time and confidence to engage in her own intensive program. The presence of her child is an important motivational factor in the mother's success, a constant reminder why she has committed to changing her own life for the better. Additionally, Katie's Place serves as a central location where mothers come to learn critical parenting skills, and the entire staff, including registered nurse, program managers, and other clinical staff, come together to ensure best outcomes for each family. Our request this year is again for public service support for Katie's Place for approximately 1 month, for 1 month's salaries, as well as a new computer server, which will assist us in tracking each client and child and ensure the proper, appropriate sharing of client records. We understand the limited funding for Franklin's public service category, but we make this request based on need. Katie's Place receives less than 5% from governmental funding, and we raise 95% privately to fund a budget of over $200,000 a year. And our current computer server is on its last legs. Again, I would like to say how grateful the center is to Franklin Township and the council members for your continued support of the center's mission to help homeless, pregnant women, teens, and their children. And we will highly appreciate any help you can give us now. Thank you for your time. Are there any questions?
Seeing none, I'd like to thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And it's a wonderful organization and very worthy of the support.
Thank you.
Item 8.
Oh, thanks. Okay. Thank you. And I want to thank Deputy Mayor Rosalind Sherman for doing a good job and coming through for me when I was not here. So now we have a public hearing on the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, fiscal year 2013. Is there a motion to open the meeting for the fiscal year 2013 CDBG applications?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, abstained, motion is carried. Meeting is open for public discussion specifically on the fiscal year 2013 CDBG applications. And let me just say, right now we're speaking on this in particular. Anyone who wants to speak of something of a general nature, once we're done, that'll come at the next item, number 9, public discussion. So this is only on this particular item. Okay, anyone interested in speaking, please raise your hand, and when I recognize you, come to the podium and give us your name and address, please. Oh, sure. Yeah, go ahead. And then you go next.
Hello, Council. I'm Sharon Clark. I'm the Executive Director for the Central Jersey Housing Resource Center. Some of you might still remember our old name, which was Somerset County Coalition on Affordable Housing. We're the only HUD agency serving Somerset County and Hunterdon County, so since we're doing the 2 counties, we changed our name, plus our old acronym was SCOA, and with all going on with COA, we decided it was a good move. So I'm before you today. We have many different things that our agency that's been around for 25 years. We are strictly a nonprofit. I did want to let you know we do have a fee-for-service contract. I want to disclose that for administrative agent services for the low and moderate income units. This request has nothing to do with it. We keep all the bookkeeping and accounting separate. This is strictly for the Housing Resource Center. That program costs about $345,000 a year to run. 25% of our clients are from Franklin Township, and this grant that we're seeking is a little over $12,000. It's $12,015 that we're looking for. And that's mostly because to get the people into the housing, there's a lot of steps that go into that. So if they're looking for rental, as you probably know, there's a huge demand for rental housing, and why Franklin's done a wonderful job with all kinds of housing, and I really commend you up on the panel for that, because you are one of my model communities to show when I go before the state, because you have everything from habitat houses and group homes to inclusionary developments. But there's an issue with credit, so we have, this grant includes financial literacy, pre-purchase housing counseling so they can get reduced interest mortgages. It covers post-purchase to keep them out of foreclosure, or for other things like the weatherization program, and then rental housing and a wide breadth of other services. I just helped a woman from Franklin. It took us about 4 years, but she went from transitional shelter to home ownership, which was wonderful, and all the different steps in between. So that's what we do. I'll open it to questions. I don't want to take up a lot of time, but if anyone has any questions for me, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you again for your
Keep up the good work.
consideration.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Ms.
sorry.
Councilman Regan.
I have no questions. I just really want to commend you on the work that you do on behalf of Franklin Township and the residents, especially the lower income residents. You know, in my previous term, I was the rep to your board. I was always very impressed with the dedication and the commitment of the people who served on that board and with the leadership that you provided. So I really just want to take this opportunity again to thank you, because, you know, here you are on a 7:30 on a Wednesday night when, you know, you could be home with your family and you're here making a presentation on behalf of your clients. So really do appreciate that. And again, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Clark. Yes.
Good evening. My name is Karen Ray, and I'm here representing the Franklin Youth Prevention and Empowerment Program, and I am their director of their board. Okay. Now, this program has been around in the town of Franklin for about 2 years, and it's a program that really serves middle-aged children in Franklin Township and is used to improve their attitude and facilitate their growth in school, community life, and recreation. The FIPEP, or Franklin Youth Prevention and Empowerment Program, is under the umbrella of the Family and Community Services of Somerset County. And currently there are approximately 25 students ages 11 through 14 who are currently active in the program. This program was formerly the ARISE program, which served high school age students and their stabilization. But this program is focused on middle school age children and prevention and empowerment through positive engagement. Program staff uses, just to give you a little idea about this program, the program staff uses individual counseling sessions and the weekly open forum to assist the youth in addressing and moving through and past the personal issues in their lives, and to give youth an opportunity to build their leadership and speaking abilities, and to provide a setting to learn self-control in group settings. Field trips and invited speakers are used to expose the youth to history, careers, new and different places, activities, and ways of thinking. The program provides educational, recreational, and cultural field trips. The most important daily function of the program is to assist the youth in completing their homework assignments. We currently have a limited number of computers and printers to assist with this task. We would like to increase the number of computers we have or upgrade the existing computers and software. The software would be used for remedial education and reinforcement of learning skills, a means to measure the student's progress, as well as for completing homework assignments. Now, I don't have any specific dollar amount that I was looking for, but we really don't, we are kind of have limited funds. I'm looking for some type of assistance for the town. Are there any questions?
Deputy Mayor Sherman?
Yes, where do you meet? Where do
We
you
meet in the SCAP building on Hamilton Street.
Okay. Is there not a formal process for coming in for one of these grants, and that you have to, there's limited funds, is really all I'm saying. So
Okay.
I guess perhaps Ms. Mitchell can help you with that, but somewhere I would imagine there has to be a request, and then it gets fit in with whatever money is available. All right, so maybe that's wrong, and we'll have Ms. Mitchell explain it when she comes up, okay?
Okay, I didn't
All
know
right.
that. I knew that in the past, the Arise program had gotten a grant
Oh,
for
okay.
this.
All right.
So I just
it's
assumed.
maybe
it would-
you're taking that grant over.
Deputy Mayor,
Yes.
the document we have in front of us says they're requesting $7,160 for a part-time counselor for 45 youth. That's
Oh, so there's
that's what's
an
in front
amount.
of us.
Oh,
So I'm sure Ms. Mitchell will go into more detail
Okay, well,
on
thank
that.
you.
You probably came in and asked for more, but I think
Oh.
that was the recommendation that was made,
Oh,
given the
okay.
fact that we do have a certain amount of funds. And I think that was the question I was going to ask you. Was that part of your submission, for a part-time counselor?
yes, there is a part-time counselor currently there in the program.
Okay, okay. So this is funding
In
above
addition to
to
that,
what the
yes.
county
This
gives
is
you.
basically to help the students that come in every day.
Okay.
To kind of like help them complete their homework assignments. Most of them do not have computers in their homes. And so we're kind of like in the you know what I mean, in the place of that.
Okay.
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 Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilman Kramer.
just one quick question. You use the term middle-aged children.
Middle school.
Middle school.
No, not middle age.
Now I understand. I'm a middle-aged child.
Oh, okay.
That's being generous.
Okay, anyone else? For Ms. Ray? Ms. Ray, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else regarding CDBG grants? Mr. Hasner?
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to present our applications to you. We have two. I don't know if is it okay if I just sort of blend them together because it's the same organization, obviously. The number I want you to hear is 8,143. I'm sorry, I got 1,843, dyslexic. 1,843 is the number of families we served in 2012. Franklin Township families, 1,843. It is unprecedented. We provided over 9,000 packages to families. You can tell I didn't write this in advance. Today, we were pushing a pallet into the doors, trying to bring the bay door down. Stuff really didn't even fit into the building. Door hit the pallet, had to call repair people in today. Tried to have a meeting in the conference room, which we certainly can't afford to have a conference room because I have two people that are working in the conference room. Had to kick people out to talk to some other people. We are pressed for space. We are somewhat fortunate in that the house immediately adjacent to the food bank has come up for sale, and we do have it under contract. We would move our offices over to the to that house, keep it looking residential, and convert our offices into more usable space for the food bank, areas to sort, so people don't have to sort in aisles. We have different groups coming into us all the time, some special needs groups, children. They're actually sorting stuff in the middle of aisles with a pallet jack is going back and forth. So we've made a request for $40,000 towards that purchase. I believe capital acquisition is permitted under the CDBG. I don't know what more I can tell you. We're very cramped. Triple what we did in just 10 years ago. We built a new building. It just, I guess, nobody could have anticipated the economy and where we are. The other grant I almost feel uncomfortable talking about is just $1,500 to do our community farm program. We have done a lot of produce. We've been working with farmers. I believe Councilman Kramer saw us out there this spring. We added a second farm. We're hoping to add a third farm. Not asking for any increased funding because some of the stuff that we buy, irrigation equipment, we won't have to do again. We bought some hoses and some clamps and some stuff, plastic, plants sometimes if I can't get them donated, fertilizer. Those we supply to the farmer. The farmer grows the food for us. We supply people to pick it and give it out to residents of Franklin Township. That's a $1,500 grant. We've done it the last 2 years. It's been very successful. Several tens of thousands of pounds of very good produce. Really, that's it, unless somebody has a question.
Any questions for Mr. Hasner?
Mayor?
Councilman Vasanella.
Frank, how many families did you say you're serving presently?
Just in 2012, 1,843.
And just, that's a lot, more than I would have thought. I'm just curious, do you know the actual amount of people that represents, approximately?
Well, now, I don't, because you have to multiply that by the number of visits they make. You can make up to 15 visits at the, at the food bank over a year. I think the average is around 6, so, I guess the math is close to, I thought it was closer to 10,000 packages that we were giving out. Now, some of those are multiple person families. Many of them are. So, the number of people that are getting meals is, probably 50,000. It's pretty crazy. And we've been able to give a very good package. We're again a space issue. And the other day, a trucker called us. They had 3 pallets of chickens.
Oh, my.
Free, 3 pallets. I couldn't fit them. We gave them to every agency in the area. We went to a food bank network in Bridgewater and gave them Elijah's Promise, a little soup kitchen in Southbound Brook. Everywhere we could, we gave them away. But if I don't have space, I can't always take those things. And then the dispatcher doesn't call you anymore. I call it the Rutgers ticket syndrome. When they stink and you're going to a football game, you try to call people up, you can't give away a ticket. But the person you call is the person who took the ticket. We want to be the first call. When the dispatcher calls, we want to be able to be the people that take the food. So sometimes we overpack the warehouse, but we just need space horribly.
Okay, thank you. And maybe we'd see you at the Tour de Franklin?
Please, any support you can give if you need to find out anything. It's franklinfoodbank.org. Have all the information on there. We'd love to see you ride. This year we're doing basically a virtual rider. If you want people to sponsor you, you don't really have to even ride, or you can ride a stationary bike. Whatever you can do to raise funds for us, we would appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Frank,
Okay.
one more question.
Sure.
Yeah,
The
Councilman Francois.
$40,000 is going to help you acquire the building? Will you have any addition, is that like a down payment or?
Well, I'm applying for some United Way funding. We're looking to refinance. We were able to pay quite a lot down in the last 10 years on our building, so we're going to look to refinance it, and I'm hoping to get a line of credit so that as we do renovations, we can draw off that line of credit. But, we're going to be pressed for funds in every direction. The banks are not quite as generous as they used to be, and even though we have got a great track record, we're going to need all the funding that we could possibly get.
I was just wondering if that was
Because we're
going to
going
pay
to
for the
have to
cost.
buy it and then renovate that building and renovate our building.
Okay.
That's all. I'm not here for all of that. I'm here just to try to acquire the one building at this
Okay,
point. You may see me
understood.
next year.
Okay, thank you, Frank.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Thank you, Frank.
Anyone else regarding CDBG, Community Development Block Grant? Anyone want to move to close?
Move to close the public portion of the meeting, public portion of the CDBG public hearing on grant applications.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion is carried. We have anything further on CDBG? No, okay.
No.
So that will come back to us also.
Actually, I'd
Oh,
like to ask
Councilman Kramer, please.
Mitchell, do we have any idea if the sequester is affecting the funds?
Okay. if you want to come up, just introduce yourself and your position, please.
Deborah Mitchell, I'm the grants coordinator for the Community Development Block Grant Program. And yes, the sequester will affect this program. I received a recent email from Community Development Block Grant, and they will be notifying the mayor as soon as final determination is made. But it appears that this program is on target to receive a 5% funding cut.
Lovely.
Too bad.
Okay. Anyone else?
Significant impact
Yeah,
for us
yeah.
because we're a small grant anyway.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Mitchell, thank you, appreciate it. Okay, if nothing else on CDBG, we go to item number 9 on the, sorry, Councilman Chase.
Yeah, council has the list of the grants applied for, and they don't even add up to as much as we got last year.
Are you missing a page? Because you must be missing a page.
You mean that
because
personally?
we got far more applications than we have funding. We actually received 11 applications. We received applications from the Arc of Somerset for a bathroom
Yeah,
construction.
we have that.
You have that, and you have Frank's grant for 40,000.
Yeah,
Okay, and you have the Wyland Senior Group for kitchen renovations, which I believe is around 35,000. And there's another one.
There's 4 pages
Yeah,
altogether.
yeah, 4 pages. It says, last year, the township was eligible to receive $234,402, and that was after, and so you expect some cut from that. But we have listed $87,708 in the service category and $101,000 in the capital public facilities category, so that adds up to $188,000. So
But
it's
you also have other costs that come out of that program. You have planning and administration, and you have the rehab housing administration and the rehab housing program itself, the renovations of the homes. And generally, during this portion, what we do is listen to the applicants and review their portion of it, and then kind of let you know what has been received, and the other items are general administration items that we will address with the Finance Committee and then bring the full package back to council. This is really just a session where the applicants themselves can come and personally inform council of the needs for their particular programs, although it's not required that they speak at this portion of the hearing. But generally, we have a little more. I think the holidays impacted us this time.
okay, I would have understood it better if there'd been some explanation of these other charges so that we could compare the amounts requested better with the amount likely to be available.
Okay.
And I can see, yeah, we'd be likely to be down 10, 12,000 from what we got last year if there's just a 5% cutback.
Okay. So noted.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Okay, thank you. So now we go to item number 9 on the agenda, public discussion. And we're going to go into, after we vote on to open the meeting, we're going to have public discussion. This is going to be the only time to speak of items of a general nature during this council meeting. So if you want to speak, we certainly want to hear what you have to say. A little bit later, there'll be opportunity to speak on some ordinances, but only relate to those particular ordinances, of which there are 8 this evening. So anything of a general nature, this will be the time. As is our policy, we have everyone come up once per meeting, no yielding of time, and we ask you to limit your time to 5 minutes per person. That way we can hear from as many people as we can. And there's a timer. When you hear a tone go off, that means 3 minutes has elapsed, and when you hear multiple tones go off, that's 5 minutes. I'm going to ask you to wrap up your thoughts at that point. Please direct all your comments to the council. If any of us should answer, we'll do that. Keep yourself, please, about 3 or 4 inches from the microphone. That way we pick you up, we can hear you, and it's being audio and videotaped. And so please note that that's happening. It's on our cable access channel, and that picks the sound up properly, too. So is there a motion to open the meeting for public discussion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion is carried. Meeting is open for public discussion on any item of interest. Anyone interested in speaking, please raise your hand. When I recognize you, please come to the podium and give us your name and address, please. Mr. Schmidt.
This is our email list. Yeah, but I just want to show you what we're doing.
Good evening. Arnold
Yeah.
Schmidt, 134 Hickory Road. I just wanted to be clear on something, though. I'm not allowed to talk about something that's on the...
You can talk about anything you like.
Oh, I can? Okay. Good. A few weeks ago, my family and I sent, and hopefully you read our letter regarding partnering with organizations that have discriminatory policies. On your agenda tonight is a resolution that addresses that. Although private organizations have the right to their own policies and practices, as discriminatory as they may be, we believe Franklin has an obligation to take a stand based on policies they have against discrimination. By partnering with organizations that have discriminatory policies, we are condoning those policies. Franklin has a wonderfully diverse community, both ethnically and culturally. As you know, our diversity is one of the reasons that Franklin was voted one of the best places to live twice, to live in America. Our hope is that you will pass the resolution and follow up by letting all groups involved know that Franklin only wants to partner with organizations that have inclusive policies. I trust you will do the right thing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else who wishes to speak? Yes, Reverend. Yeah, go ahead. And then Mr. Tibbs.
Good evening. My name is Tina Numela, Nummela, 134 Hickory Road. I was a co-signer of that letter that went to the council. The issue became relevant because of our family's involvement with scouting. I've been a Girl Scout leader, and at some point in my life, I also was a den mother for Cub Scouts. Also, our daughter, who is a junior in Franklin High, quite often reports of some very hateful remarks made by kids toward other kids because of their alleged sexual orientation. And while I, as a lifelong scout, appreciate the work both Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts do, I am very troubled by the fact that Boy Scouts of America have this discriminatory policy against homosexuals as members and as leaders. They have a right for their policy. Everybody has a right for their opinion. However, if we as a community work together with them, we condone those policies. We don't want to in any way punish the children who are involved in scouting or any other kind of organizations. It's not the children who make those policies, it's the leadership. And I believe that tonight's resolution speaks to that, that we don't want the council to sever connections to any organizations where kids are doing some really good work. Like Boy Scouts have done a lot of good projects for this township. But what we would like to happen is that this continues, but without the council making mention of the organization when these kids do their projects. That they would be acknowledged as individuals, but not as part of the Boy Scouts of America or any other organization, if there is such organization that is discriminatory. Yeah, I think it's very interesting and kind of fortuitous that we're discussing this today, as the Supreme Court has been discussing and doing its part in this issue. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tibbs.
Johnny's Tibbs, 25 Parkside, Somerset. I'll be very brief today. I'm a little tired. You guys keep me going, man. I did want to mention, I wrote a little note to myself that I had told you guys that I understand that you guys take care of a lot of township business and so forth. So my coming to you with the problems I have in my community, I understand that we don't have a community, we don't have an agency in town that takes care of the type of things that I try to take care of. But I don't mean to be mean or to carry you very fast or anything. I just like to express some of the things that's going on in my community that has an effect on most of the kids there and some of the people there. And I don't mean to push you guys or anything. I'm going to go slowly, very slowly as I can. You know.
So we can. 5 minutes.
Yeah, well, you know. First, you know, of course, I want to thank you guys for the Councilman Kramer and the rest of you guys that approved the increase in the recreational budget so the kids can get in the pool. I thank you very, very much. I know there's a couple small items that me and the recreation director is trying to iron out, but I want to say one particular thing that was thorn that I would like to see covered is the. It sounds so piddling to talk about shoes, but I think I have to. I went to a number of the agencies. This is one from a letter from the New Brunswick Recreation Department that has their kids in a number of pools, and none of them are required to have any shoes. I went to Plainfield, New Jersey Recreation Department and their pools, and none of them are required to have shoes. I went to another place I went to. Oh, Franklin Greens, right in our own town here. Their pool, I talked to their pool and so forth, and none of their kids are required to have any shoes. So, Hornblock, I think they would ask you to find out if that information was
Well,
correct.
what we did was we're soliciting a list of rules from our insurance carrier as well as some neighboring towns, and we're going to incorporate those rules into what we do this year. So,
Okay. Well, I just want to let you know, I think that was the only one that we had, the kids had requested that they have, you know.
What kind of shoes?
Well, the Franklin Township Recreation Department requiring for all the kids to put on shoes. Now, it was an insult to most of our community.
Flip-flops?
That was a total insult to us, but I'm trying to be as, you know, as calm as I possibly can to give you some documentation of other townships that don't have kids require shoes. So, if we can get that eliminated, I'd appreciate it very much.
Mr. Tibbs.
What was that, sir?
Councilman Wright?
I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
No, go ahead, he'll answer.
appreciate that.
We'll answer at the end. Go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Hornblock, I think the lady had mentioned again, the both streets on Oak Street, it hasn't been done. And no, the Oak Street and the Chester Street, they're saying that it wasn't done at all. And I went past the other streets, and then the potholes are both still there. okay?
We'll have them go back out and redo it.
Yes,
Unfortunately, it's cold patch at this
Yeah,
time of the
probably
year and it
so
comes
when
out.
Came out, yes, sir. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
That's what we got the hot box for.
Yeah,
Let's
they haven't been there at all.
Mr., go ahead, you can finish your point.
Okay.
I don't take up your time.
And of course, all the things with the pool and family hardship and stuff again. And I want to once again express the fact that any monies that Debbie Mitchell might have, or the township might require, or the bank might give Kimberly, I want you guys to understand that the township is in a desperate need of a summer youth program for the kids. Now, every town usually have a little summer program for the kids, usually run by the township in which they're living in, or the city in which they live in. And I know that, like I said before, that we don't have an agency now that advocates those type of programs and makes sure to be there for the kids no longer. So if it's anything the township can do in terms of filtering any type of monies down for the summer, for the kids during the summer, we would appreciate it. I don't know which agency would run it, but I think we can, if money was made available, that we could find some agency to be able to run it, so a number of the inner city kids will be able to partake of and try to keep them out of trouble as much as I can try to keep them out of trouble for the rest of this year. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to speak?
See no one coming forward. Mayor, motion to close the public portion of the meeting.
And second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion is carried. Public discussion is closed for this meeting.
Mr. Mayor?
Oh, they went through Johnny.
Sure. Well,
Do it in council
Okay,
comments.
Councilman Kramer, go ahead.
because Mr. Schmidt and Ms. Namella came up and spoke about an item that's a resolution to be voted on separately, I'd like to amend the agenda to move that item forward to now, so we can discuss it now.
Okay. Pardon me. Okay, the motion is, we had item 17, resolution 13-170, which we termed resolution vote on separately, until encourage all township organizations to adopt non-discriminatory membership policies. Since this was alluded to, you're saying to vote on that at this point, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. This isn't a vote on the motion, this is a vote to amend the agenda to discuss it now. Okay, all in favor of bringing that now, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion is carried. So now we're looking at item, which was item 17, resolutions to be voted on separately, and again, I'll read it. It's resolution 13-170. Encourage all township organizations to adopt non-discriminatory membership policies. And I see this, I'm going to interject myself. Anyone who wants agendas or associated resolutions and ordinances, please feel free to get up anytime. They're by our clerk, Ms. McCarthy. Please do that. Thanks for bringing that to my attention. Okay, so we're voting on that now. Is there a motion or discussion on this item?
I'd like to
Motion
move the
to
motion.
pass.
Councilman
Second.
Kramer, motion and
Second.
second. Okay. Any
Comment?
Discussion.
discussion?
Discussion?
Councilman Regan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, I certainly am in approval of this. However, during the discussion on that, reference was made to the Boy Scouts specifically, and might possibly have given the impression that we have a working, or we do work with the Boy Scouts of America. So we don't, right? We don't have any official relationship with them or any other nonprofit. So I just want to be clear relative to that. And then the other thing is, because I was involved in scouting many years as a leader. My son was a scout. Eagle Project, in fact, I was the open space chairman when we started to utilize Boy Scouts to work on projects in the town. And that is done with the individual scout, not done through the troop, nor the troop leader, nor any organization. It is done specifically with the scout. So I want to be perfectly clear about that projects that an Eagle Scout works on do is at and done by the initiative of the individual scout. Now, of course, a parent may be involved to help provide guidance to the scout, but scout leaders do not do any negotiation upon them for any of their projects. So relative to, any reference to the scouting in this, just again want to be clear that, we as a township do not have any official, affiliation work or with the Scouts or any other nonprofit, and that when an individual scout works on a project on open space, it is done as an individual scout project. So just for that clarification. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Other discussion? Councilman Chase?
I just want to make a very, very minor point. The resolution, as I have it on the iPad, says encourages all organization, singular. It should be organizations, plural. And is this just all organizations or organizations acting in the township, or is there any further qualification to indicate why we would give them advice?
Well, I wrote the resolution, so I guess I should answer that. It is all organizations.
Okay, no objection, make that change.
Put an S.
Anything else, Councilman Chase?
No, that's all.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, I'm going to put in my discussion now. It's, this is, in its basic form, it feels like something no one could, against which no one could argue, and we don't allow any discrimination. We encourage no one to have discrimination. My problem comes from, it started with the Boy Scouts. So like I said, we're all for equality, and on this particular issue, I'll give my points personally. As mayor of the years, I have performed hundreds of weddings. I have performed every civil union that was requested of me. So I'm very much I don't like discrimination of any way. But it started because of the Boy Scouts. We've got on tape, it's about the Boy Scouts. And I know we said that Eagle Projects, which they've built many trails, bridges, worked with Marconi through town. The Boy Scouts have been there. It's an individual project, but it's under the auspices of the Boy Scouts. And this troop leaders are asking the other scouts to help them with it. And it's, I think no one denies the Boy Scouts do a wonderful job, at least the individuals. And the leaders, the boys, they've helped our town. They've saved us thousands, tens of thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands of dollars in doing things for us. And again, my point is, I certainly don't want discrimination. I've always been against that. But I fear this is going to pass, and then there's going to be someone waving this in front of the Boy Scouts saying, you're not welcome in my town, you're not welcome to do projects, you're not a very good organization, even though that's not the words that we're going to take. And I've been to so many Eagle Scout courts of honor, and I've met the leaders, and I've met the boys, and to tell them, in essence, as I feel, saying, you are not welcome, we do not like your organization, just is hurtful to me. So that's where I'm coming from.
Mr. Mayor?
Deputy Mayor Sherman.
Yes, of course, you're entitled to your own feelings and opinions, and that's the way we work in a democratic organization and country. But in my view, discrimination is discrimination, no matter what you call it, no matter what the organization is. It's not particularly pointing a finger at the Boy Scouts, although it is the issue of the moment. I feel that we're just asking that people not discriminate. And if we're not saying we're not going to work with the Boy Scouts, we're just asking them not to discriminate. And again, it's discrimination, and we would like to make it clear that we see it as something that we would prefer not to see, but, you know, we're not suggesting we're not going to work with the Boy Scouts.
Okay, thank you. Other?
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, Councilman Regan?
So I appreciate your comments and, you know, fully understand them. And again, the resolution as written does not make any indications to Boy Scouts. But however, if we're having discussions here, and as the Deputy Mayor just said, if it's really a backdoor to get at the Boy Scouts, then I am uncomfortable with it.
Did
For
I
the
say
same
that?
reasons that the same reasons that the mayor mentioned. I am fine with a generic resolution that talks about equality for all, in all organizations. However, if somebody plans on using this to go to the Boy Scouts, then I have an issue, because that's not what this says. And so we're either going to say that this is just, you know, a generic one, given some of the things that may be happening in the court or whatever, it came this way. But if this is a backdoor to get it at the Boy Scouts, then I am not for it.
Mr. Mayor, then I apologize. I certainly didn't mean it as that. If I said that, then please accept my apology. It was just brought together by the comments of the mayor, but this is a generic statement, and I agree with that. And we are just stating our policy in the Township of Franklin.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Kramer?
Yes, so I have some prepared comments. Before that, I'd have to say, though, I was struck that you were worried that someone would say to the Boy Scouts because of this that they're not welcome. But isn't that what the Boy Scouts are saying to gay individuals? So here are my prepared statements. Several months ago, when President Obama stated he was in favor of gay marriage, I felt compelled to make a statement also supporting it. At that time, I apologized for bringing it up because it was more a national than a local issue. Clearly, Tip O'Neill was correct when he coined the phrase, "all politics is local." Mr. Schmidt and Ms. Namella has brought this issue of gay rights before us, and I applaud them for it. They were concerned about the Boy Scouts of America policy of excluding gay boys and men from participating in their organization. In response, I've drafted a straightforward resolution which reads, whereas the Township of Franklin prides itself in its diversity, now, therefore be it resolved that the Mayor and Council of the Township of Franklin, Somerset County, State of New Jersey, encourages all organizations to adopt a non-discriminatory membership policy. My intention is to send it to the Boy Scouts of America's national headquarters, and as Councilman Wright suggested, why stop with them, to all youth organizations in town. So it is not pointed at any one place, but it is pointed to all organizations. The question before us is whether to pass it or not. Do we pride ourselves in our diversity, and do we oppose discrimination? Some have expressed hesitation to me because it's controversial, because it's the Boy Scouts of America, that it will hurt the kids. This resolution will in no way hurt the kids. It does not deny or even threaten denial of anything. It merely encourages the adoption of a non-discriminatory policy. As to the Boy Scouts of America, I was a Boy Scout, and I believe it to be a wonderful organization. Nor does this resolution put that, I am not, nor does this resolution put that fact into question. And it is because it is a good organization that this becomes even more important. If a despicable group were discriminatory, it would gall me, but I'd feel it was par for the course. When, however, it's a good organization doing this, it's more concerning because their acceptance of discrimination makes others feel like it's okay to discriminate. In other words, I'm not surprised when someone bad acts badly. I'm surprised when someone good acts badly. Mr. Smith's letter and Ms. Namella's letter to council has a very important line in it, and I'll borrow from that line by saying, we would not hesitate in this or a stronger action if any organization's policy excluded Christians, Jews, African Americans, or Asians. I am often guided by Edmund Burke's saying, which I'll paraphrase, all a wrong needs to continue is for good people to remain silent. Some may say this is an affront to the Boy Scouts of America. To the contrary, I believe it is a kindness. I dearly love this country, but it has made many mistakes. As I list a few of them, I am not comparing them to each other or to the membership policies of the Boy Scouts of America. I'm just pointing out that in this country's great past, it has blemishes of slavery, Japanese internment, and Abu Ghraib prison, to name a few. In each of those, many spoke out to end or to prevent them from being repeated. That is what I believe we are doing here. What I'm encouraging us to do regarding the Boy Scouts of America is to stand beside her and guide her by voting yes on this resolution. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Good job. So, anyone else? So, you mentioned to whom it would be sent. Is there a listing of to whom it would be sent on the resolution?
There is not, but I'm...
Yeah, just so we're not putting it in the manager's lap. Do we want to say who that is? Or the
I'm
Councilman
sorry to
Costello?
interrupt, but I just want some clarification, I guess.
Oh, wait, the
Mr.
mayor
Cra-
had asked...
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Councilman Kramer, go ahead, then we'll come over this way.
We can certainly provide that. I think the decision was all youth groups, so Pop Warner,
Okay. all
Franklin
youth
Youth Initiative. I don't have the list before me.
Okay, but then you said the headquarters too.
Headquarters of the Boy Scouts of America
Okay.
would be...
So, Mayor,
Councilman Vasanella?
I just want to understand, are we being asked to vote on this resolution, which would then anybody, council or member of the public, would have every and any right to do whatever they wanted to, and I would recommend they do whatever they feel compelled to do with it. But if we pass this, are we passing this resolution, or are we passing a directive to the manager to point out to specific organizations and send it to specific organizations? That's the clarity I need before I vote on this. And I was also curious if, well, that's the only clarification I need.
Okay, and I'm guessing, correct me if I'm wrong, it's all youth groups who are, that we know within the bounds of Franklin, town and private, and the Boy Scouts of America.
That's what I would like, yes.
Okay. That's, I'll make that part of, part and part. Who seconded it? That's
So-
okay?
So, Mr. Mayor?
I think I may have.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Pardon me. Councilman Regan?
So, I have no issue with any particular council person sending, if they feel compelled, to sending it and signing their name to that letter, that this resolution has been adopted by council. So certainly any communication to any group, given that it would, if it's accepted, it's a resolution adopted by council, can be sent by a council person or multiple council persons signing it. But we need to discuss further if the objective of this is that we're going to direct the township manager to start sending it to places and signing it on behalf of all of council.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, Councilman Kramer.
In the spirit of something Washington doesn't do, I think that's a fine idea, that we or any member of the community can
Yes.
take this and mail it to whoever they want.
Okay.
And I may ask the manager to help me or the clerk to help me with a list, and I can mail those myself. I think that's a fine idea.
Okay.
So I would be willing to amend my motion in that way, if the seconder would like to as well.
Yes, that's
Okay, so it's not,
agreed.
the township isn't sending it anywhere, but as anything, it's any council person's prerogative to send ordinances or resolutions to whoever
And
he or she chooses.
And I will And I'm just letting everyone know that I will be sending it
Right.
to the Boy Scouts of America.
Okay.
Proudly.
And will, any other council person who would like to sign would also be part of that?
Sure.
Okay, I would like to sign.
Absolutely.
Okay, anything else here?
So the resolution, basically, we're voting on is as stands as it reads right now?
Right, and
Yeah,
and
just as
then
it
as
stands,
with any
yes.
resolution, anyone could mail it anywhere.
No, that's what I was saying before, and I support people doing what they feel. I just want to make sure it was not an official action council. Thank you for the
With-
clarity.
With Dr. Chase's S added.
I might also add that
Councilman
since
Chase?
the subject is mayor and council of the township of Franklin, then the verb should be encourage without an S.
Okay? I,
Yes, sir.
thank you.
You'll take his
I-
grammar?
I will run all my resolutions by you in the future. However, if the mayor votes no, would you want, well, I guess I should wait to see what the vote is, and then I can ask that question.
Well, I guess if the mayor votes no, it's still an official action of the mayor and council. You'll do whatever is appropriate.
Okay, fine.
And then you'll just either have the vote by number or name, or however you usually do it. Okay. Good point. Okay. So that's, okay. And, Mr. Schmidt, Reverend Numella, I know, appreciate where you're coming from, just to let you know, but I won't repeat my thoughts since
Right, let's,
I've already said that. Okay. So any other comments on this? Okay, so Ms. McCarthy, please poll the council on what was item 17, resolutions vote on separately, resolution 13-170, encourage all township organizations to adopt non-discriminatory policy. Please call the roll.
Councilman Chase,
Yes.
Councilwoman Francois, Councilman Kramer,
Yes.
Mayor Levine,
No.
Councilman Regan,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Sherman,
yes,
Councilman Vasanella,
Yes.
Councilman Wright.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries with 6, 1 and 2 absent. Okay. So, next we come to item number 10 on the agenda, which is council comments. Okay, so I guess we'll start over here. You okay? Okay, Councilman Brian Regan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just really brief comments tonight. I'm going to start with a follow-up from a comment I had in my last meeting regarding the Board of Ed's decision to hold a public hearing on their budget tomorrow, which is Holy Thursday. Holy Thursday is one of the 3 days of the holiest period in the Christian calendar, in the Christian church. And the fact that the Board of Ed, and this is not the first time, it was a number of years where they also had a scheduling issue on Holy Thursday for a vote. However, on that time, they did change it. The fact is that many people expressed their dissatisfaction with that, their concern, and yet they claim that they could not move it because of notification issues. I am deeply frustrated and actually quite angry of that, because that answer is poo-poo, because we deal with the same issues here. We have to notify the residents when we are having a public meeting, and we manage to make it work. And we actually are meeting tonight, because we didn't meet last night, which was the regular night, because it was Passover. And when we thought of bumping it out to Thursday and realized it was Holy Thursday, we then pushed it to tonight. So leadership can make it work. And the fact that they are not listening to the residents on this is greatly frustrating to me, and I am just outright angry about it, because this doesn't happen on other types of religious holidays. And the fact that they picked Holy Thursday, again, the most holiest of weeks within the Christian calendar, is just truly upsetting to me. Relative to, where'd Johnny go? Oh, he left. So, Mr. Tibbs, and I truly appreciate his comments, and it's always good to have people come and keep us on our toes, because, you know, that's what we're here for, to listen to the residents. So I truly appreciate his concerns. He was here the last time, or the previous council meeting, and really spoke on behalf of the children who use the pool, and asking for services to be expanded as much as possible. And we have taken that into account in this budget cycle. We're having the pool open for 8 weeks or so, period, every day. Expanded it. We, I think, at least tripled the budget associated with that. So, you know, I really do appreciate Mr. Tibbs coming and speaking on behalf. However, he kind of talked about, and this is where, you know, sometimes words and language can get difficult. So he talked about this town not having an organization that advocates for the kids. And again, I don't want to pick on words, but I truly do believe we have an organization that advocates for our kids. It's the Franklin Township Recreation Department, led by Alice Osipowitz. Alice does a wonderful job. In fact, in our finance meetings that she comes, her ultimate goal is to provide for these children. And when we can't, you know, it really is disheartening to her in her role. So I do want to let the residents know in this town that, you know, the town does take this aspect of our role in providing for our children very serious. It's just unfortunate that due to the economic situation today that, you know, we can't, you know, money is just not endless. So we do the best we can, and we try to make it as efficient. And Alice does a wonderful job in leading that in leading that department. You know, as far as having summer programs, yes, I remember growing up in Jersey City that you would have it where the government, the federal government provided the state, which then provided the city, funds to have children come and getting paid minimum wage. I'll date myself. I think it was $2.75 an hour at that time, or $3. So, and it was something, and its goal was very important. It did keep a lot of kids off the streets and doing something constructive, and I would really wish, and we have looked for that. We have ways, we have tried for that, and that money just isn't there. So we'll continue to look. But again, I do want to wrap up by saying, you know, I thank Mr. Tibbs and all residents that come to make their concerns known to us. But I also do want to make sure the residents know that we do have an organization that advocates for our kids, and that's the Franklin Township Recreation Department. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman James Vasanella.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Perhaps I'm not as involved as Mr. Regan has been over years and as aware of this policy concerning the scheduling. So I won't say I'm quite as upset as him, but I would like to address that issue because I find it kind of odd. I find it odd that this is a week that a lot of people are on vacation, school is out, kids are gone, people go away, or they're involved in their own way of their religious activities. So there may be some reason that I'm unaware of, but to me it would seem more like an excuse than an actual reason that every single thing under the sun was done and there's no way in the world they could have had what I'm understanding are very important meetings at any other time. But maybe we'll hear more about it down the road. And just piggyback again, something my colleague just mentioned, I thank Johnny for his work for the last 10 years that I've known him, and his work longer, I've known about his work longer than that, but we do a lot. I mean, the things we've done with everything from soccer and football to the chess program that we have. So does more need to be done? Absolutely. But to suggest that this town does not have activities for youth of all kinds of activities for throughout the geography of this town is just misleading. But I think I understand that Johnny may just want to see more and more directed at some of the youth that may not be as able to take advantage of a lot of these other programs, what you have to travel for and that are costly. But we will keep working in that direction. Thank you. And everybody just enjoy, hopefully, the rest of this Holy Week and Passover time or holiday, whatever you're doing with this week. Enjoy it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Ted Chase.
With regard to Mr. Tibbs' questions about shoes, and I wish that he would stick around to hear our answers, I asked Alice Osipowicz about this requirement, and her response was, there tends to be a lot of broken glass in the pool and around the pool. And if that's the case, I quite understand the requirement for shoes, although I would imagine that, especially in the pool, that item commonly called flip-flops, the simplest of sandals, is probably enough to protect the feet from the broken glass. I would hope that we would try to enforce a requirement of bringing no glass anywhere near the pool, but I know that these things are difficult to enforce completely. But I am very happy that we are expanding the pool program this summer. As I've been saying for really the last year, we have a pool, we ought to use it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Phil Kramer.
I've spoken quite a bit, and I'm going to speak more on the budget, so let me very briefly say Happy Easter, Happy Passover. The school play is on April 5th and 6th. Don't waste your money on Broadway. I'm telling you, assuming this is like every other performance, it will knock your socks off. I mean, they are truly amazing. It's an amazing performance they put on, so please go to that. 5th and 6th, and then the next weekend.
Yes, 11th and 12th, I think it is.
Yeah, $10.
Can't beat it, $10.
Can't beat it.
And you don't have to pay the tolls.
And you don't get no train, nothing. And then Canal Fest date has been set October 19th. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Carl Wright.
Mr. Mayor, I'll be brief. Pop Warner was here. I loved him dearly. Come on out on Sunday. Enjoy the football games. Early in the morning till late in the afternoon, we have a ball. Second of all, and again, I'm with everyone else, I wish Mr. Tibbs would have stayed as the council liaison to the recreation department. Neiman Williams Pool, it's in my backyard. I'm 4 blocks away. But our problem is, if you get glass on the bottom of the pool and we don't catch it all, somebody's going to get that glass in their foot. If they run on that concrete deck and they stub a toe, I think our township manager said, we need to find out where's the liability in all of this, because I don't want the township on the hook for something that could have been prevented. So we need to look into that, and with that, I'm done, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Rosalind Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to talk a little bit about Franklin Township Cultural Arts Council, as I usually do at this point in the meeting. We have 5 events listed for April. I will mention them briefly, and then I'll tell you how you can find out about what's going on online and other places. But April 1st, we start a photography contest. It runs from the 1st to the 30th. The theme is Franklin Township. You can get to our website and find download the application. On April 6th, we have an author coming to the Van Lusa Dam House on Middle Bush Road. Angus Gillespie, there's a middle something, but all right, Angus Gillespie, and he's going to speak about the construction of the Holland and the Lincoln tunnels. On the 7th, that's a Sunday, we start our jazz and blues open mic jams at the Van Wickle House. That is a program where we'll have some professionals just start off, and then you are invited as the audience to bring your own musical instrument, and original music is encouraged. So it should be a great time and a wonderful bonding program for our community. On the 11th, there is a creative writing program at the high school, which students in the 7th, I think it was 7th through 8th grades through the school were asked to write essays on the Emancipation Proclamation. It is free, and we welcome everyone to come out and participate and be there. It starts at 7 o'clock. There is an event on April 14th. That's a Sunday. That's at First Baptist Church. And it is the Grand Jubilee Heritage Celebration. Again, an Emancipation Proclamation program. We will have a Frederick Douglass reenactor. We'll have dancing. We'll have spirituals. It's a wonderful event. That one is free. The only ones that there are any charges for is really the author reading on the 6th, which is $7 for adults and $5 for seniors and students. So we're really doing quite a lot, and we're being very active. If you would like to find out what we're doing, there are several ways to do it. It is now being posted, events are being posted on the website. That will automatically generate an email to anyone who has signed up for the email distribution blasts from the township, and I encourage you to please get on the website and sign up for them. There's also a township calendar it will appear on, as well as on FTTV for people who don't have a computer to do that. So we encourage you to get to our website, which is, this time I brought the information, www.franklincac.org, and see what we're doing and stay in tune with what's happening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I have no further comments for this evening. All covered well.
Mr. Mayor?
Oh, Councilman Wright.
I forgot one thing.
Go right ahead, please.
It's the Health Summit and Buffet Breakfast on Saturday, April the 13th at the Hyatt Regency, Brunswick, New Jersey. And it's hosted by the Sisters Network of Central Jersey that are right here in town. They're at 1201 Hamilton Street in Somerset. It's a good event. It's a health event for everyone to come out to receive screenings from the Community Health Promotion Program. There's breakfast, volunteer information, door prizes, Ask the Doctor, breast health table, breast health and mammogram information, and just an all-around informative day. So if you would like to come out with us, again, it's Saturday, April the 13th at the Hyatt Regency. The ticket price is, or better, the ticket donation price is $45 for adults, $40 for seniors, and $30 for children. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, appreciate your input. We are now at item number 11 on the agenda, council discussion items, of which there are 3. First, Community Resources Budget Presentation. Our Community Resource Department, Ms. Diane Leach-Thompson. Our budget hearings had been held over the last week, and I believe this is the last one we have left. So, Ms. Leach-Thompson, I'm going to come here along with our manager, Mr. Vornlocker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As a result of some issues, Diane was not able to be with us during the regular budget hearings, so she's here now to go over the budget requests of the Community Resources Office, of which Diane is the department head. I have included in your folders, so that in the event that you don't have your budget books, just a small packet that includes the Community Resources OE budget requests and a description of the services provided by Community Resources. And I'm just going to let Diane take care of it from here.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Good evening. I'm going to start off by just talking about a few of our programs. And I want to start off with the Summer Youth Employment Program. And it's interesting when Mr. Tips was talking about not having youth programs in town. And this program has been in existence for over 25 years. And it's for youth that either from single-family homes, for married, whatever. We also deal with children that have been referred to us from probation. And a lot of our youth have been in trouble before. And we hire them during the summer. If they're 16 and older, they act as counselors. They do nutrition aid, they do clerical work, maintenance, all of that. And that budget does come from the township, which we have 22,000. With that 22,000, we are able to hire about 15 to 18 youth each year. We also have, and that is one of our at-risk programs. We also have our summer child care program, which is for single parents of Franklin Township. And that program was developed over 20 years as well. And it was developed because of the fact that single parents were unable to afford regular child care. Because of their income, they could not go to other places that family members, married couples could go to and to get affordable child care. So it was developed on that premise. So we have children ages 6 through 12, and usually each year we have at least 25 to 30 youths in the program. And there is no other program in the surrounding area like it. Also, for these parents, it's important because if the children are not able to get into a program such as ours, they have to stay home alone, which we all know can cause problems because of their ages. We've also developed a Girls to Pearls group, girls ages 11 through 19, and currently we have 11 girls. They have partnered with Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority in feeding the homeless, Emerging Young Leaders Program. They've done a pancake breakfast. They've also traveled to Washington and Atlanta on educational trips. They've done Ronald McDonald House, where they've actually made a dinner for them. And they have recently adopted a family during the holiday that they provided gifts and dinner where they provided the money from themselves. They asked family members to help them, and they actually went out, purchased the gifts, and had a dinner for this family. We also have our Working Single Parent group. That's another older program. And these single parents is a self-help group and support group. We have men and women. We haven't had any men in a few years, but we do have men and women. This group is where the summer child care program emerged. And they meet monthly. And they help with the summer child care program in developing the trips that they go on and things of that. We have the Girls Circle program that is sponsored by the Franklin Township with a grant from Somerset County Youth Services Commission. And Rachel Baker Blackwell is our caseworker, and she runs that program. It's for the middle school girls, and it's originally scheduled for 2 nights a week, but because of the demand of the program, they've been doing it, I think, for about 3-4 years over at the Franklin Middle School. And because of the demand of the program, she had to extend it for another day. So she has about 30 young ladies over there now. And as you know, we have in town, we do not have transportation. So for our residents, for them to get to services in Somerville, if they don't have a car, they cannot get to it. So we have partnered with various county agencies, such as probation. Their youth come to our building every Thursday to report because they cannot get to Somerville. Richard Hall Community Mental Health, they do counseling for families and individuals. They do that twice a week at our building. We have also the Franklin Township Kiosk Library. That's also Tuesdays and Thursdays. We have Catholic Charities. They provide LI HEAP, and they're there twice a week during the day. They see at least 25 to 30 people per day, each time. Oh, LI HEAP is for people that are, they may be behind in their PSD&G bill. So if they have grants, they have funds. And what they do is they come in, they put an application in. They have their main office is in Somerville. So they utilize our office twice a week. So the residents that live nearby, they can actually come in and put in applications. And they help them with keeping their lights on. They also help them with universal service funds, applying for that and whatnot. And our larger program is our municipal welfare assistance. That program is for single adults or couples. We do not do children. The children is TANF, that's through county. We average 73 cases a year. 35 of those are employable, 38 are unemployable. And the grant for an employable person is $140 a month. A grant for an unemployable is $210. The difference is an employable person is someone that has come in and either have exhausted their unemployment benefits, or they're not eligible for unemployment for one reason or another. They may not have worked in a long time. They may have just been recently released from jail, and they come to us. As a matter of fact, when they're recently released from jail, probation and parole actually sends them to us for services. If someone is unemployable, they are more than likely, the majority of our unemployable clients are awaiting their Social Security, their SSI, or their SSD. And it does not, they can go in today and it may take them 3-4 years before they receive it. We even have clients that have been on for 5 years before they've gotten it. I have one gentleman that has left our town and has gone to New Brunswick, but he was on with us for almost 5 years, and he's just getting his SSI. We provide client services such as monthly workshops, new client workshops, one-on-one mandatory client monthly meetings with the caseworker, one-on-one client meetings to resolve housing issues, one-on-one client meetings provided upon client requests. And our office is a small department, as you know, so there are only 3 full-time people. It's our secretaries, special program secretary, the caseworker, and myself. We actually bring things to the office, such as we may have clothes, shoes, food, pantry, like canned stuff that we'll bring for the clients that they can get when they come in. We leave it up front in our little waiting area, and they take what they want to just help support them. We also provide shelter, and that depends on what's needed. In terms of, we have someone come in that's homeless, depending on that person, whether we will place them in the YMCA in Plainfield, or we will place them at the Regency. The Regency is on Route 202. If that person has mental health issues, as about a quarter of our clients do, they would not necessarily go to the Y. Depending on the severity of their mental health, they may not go to the Regency because we can't afford for them to be alone. At the Y, they are monitored. So those are a few of the things. I believe you all have a copy of this packet, and in there, it indicates if we're placing someone, if someone comes in and they're coming in and they're saying that they don't have, they're going to be homeless, but they have a room or they have an apartment. If they're within our guidelines, the state's position is to prevent them from being homeless by sustaining them in the place that they're at. So that's what we do with that.
Okay. Are there specific items in your particular budget to which you want to point for our sake? Anything else, anything changing much in your budget?
Well, in the budget, I always, each year in 029, you'll notice that there's a $5,000 increase, and I do that each year because that's for, in case we have someone in town that dies. So that's for indigent burials. We have not had to use it, fortunately, but if that happens, and the person is not eligible for municipal welfare, then the town is obligated to bury that person.
Okay.
And I think what Diane's referring to is in 029, if you look in your packets tonight, there was a 3-year spending average, and you'll notice that in each of those years, there's more budgeted than has been spent by about $5,000, and that's the $5,000 that Diane's speaking of.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Deputy Mayor Sherman.
First, I want to commend you and your very small staff for everything that you do. I just made the comment when I got this description, I figured these were all the different programs. I didn't know it was just you. This is a huge number of programs that you are responsible for and that you take care of. So congratulations on what you're doing. I did just want to make one comment. You mentioned that there was no transportation to Somerville. There's been a new bus line that comes across Hamilton, does it not, and stops at Franklin Boulevard? Has that been utilized by any of your clients?
I don't think that goes all the way to Somerville.
Oh, I think it does. I thought it goes through to Raritan Valley College. That's the ultimate destination, but I think it goes through Somerville on the way to Raritan
Okay, I
Valley.
was thinking of a different one.
Yeah, no, it goes to Somerville.
That's on the designated route, I believe,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor, yes.
So if you're not aware of it, we
Oh, no,
certainly,
they-
oh, you are?
We're aware of it.
Okay.
But the times that it goes, that's not the time that they need to necessarily get there. So it's not, it's not like like a regular bus.
Oh, okay.
That goes every hour or something like that. So, no, it
It's
doesn't do
during,
that.
I know it's more for Raritan Valley, so
Exactly.
the others just happen to be on the route to get there. So it must be school hours.
Right, and we have now taken on the services here in Diane's building so that they don't have to travel to Somerville. And the transportation cost that Diane speaks about is when we have homeless clients that are either at the YMCA in Plainfield or at the motel in Branchburg, we have to bring them to us so that they can receive their required services.
I'm sorry, Council. Question, Mayor? I had a question, Mayor. I don't know
Councilman
if you were-
Fasenella?
Oh, no, I didn't know if someone was there first.
I'm not there first. I will wait for you.
Oh, you look surprised. I didn't want to cut off anybody. Got my question. The services you're providing, is there any issue that you know of with transportation? Because I'm sure RideWise and some of these groups that help put together the transportation aspects, I mean, that's not an issue for you, getting people back and forth?
No, because the state allows me to transport the clients. So our transportation at this point is taxi.
And real quick, when you were saying about Plainfield or Branchburg, those are Franklin residents that you have to temporarily, there's no resources? I thought we were using the old, oh God, Travelodge, that's dating me, Quality Inn, is it now? I thought we had used that at one point?
Years ago.
'Cause,
They
okay.
they have refused to take any clients, whether they're Franklin Township, social services, or whether they're county clients. They will not, we have no hotels in town that will take welfare clients.
Wow, so the closest someone could get that type of assistance is Branchburg?
And you have to remember
with all of the
also.
facilities.
Yeah, you have to remember also, we only have a certain amount of money. If you notice in the packet, the YMCA YMCA? Yeah, the YMCA in Plainfield, their cost is $40 per day. The Regency is $45. So we cannot afford statewide to put someone in a motel, a hotel or motel that's $100 a night.
No, I understand
Because
that.
sometimes they're there a lot longer than just a few days, and it becomes very costly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilwoman Francois.
I know, Diane, you chaired the Social Services Subcommittee for Franklin Youth Initiative. And for the last 5 years, we did a lot of planning on providing services over at your building. And out of that initiative became the Somerset County Probation Office providing their services over there because it was extreme need to have that there. The other thing that came out of that initiative was also bringing Richard Hall over to provide mental health services. We also looked at Catholic Charities. So there was a huge initiative. We had a groundbreaking ceremony, was not groundbreaking, what am I trying to say? Ribbon cutting ceremony, and invited the community in. And those services are being utilized. And so right now, I don't think it's a question of looking to provide transportation to Somerville because we bought Somerville to us because that was the need and we addressed that need. So I commend you for the services that you're providing over there and the good work that you're doing. So I just didn't want to get us off track on talking about transportation for some of the critical components that we need in that area.
Okay, anyone else? Ms. Leach-Thompson, I'm going to ask you a question which was posed to you in the Finance Committee. Some people say, so why don't you let the county do a lot of the services which Community Resources does? How do I answer them?
Well, the first thing is, like I said before, transportation. If it goes to county has a, I guess it's called a satellite office on Franklin Boulevard.
That's correct.
That is that is not local welfare. That's only TANF. Their consolidated program is in Somerville. So again, how are our residents, our community residents, going to get to Somerville for those services? So that's the first thing. The other thing.
What if the county were to allow that to happen here?
Excuse me?
So what if the county were to allow that to happen here? They would say, well, we will supply it in Franklin.
The office is too small. It really is. I do not see that being an option because of the facility. And you're talking about, we have almost 90 clients. To add another 90 to their role, then you're talking about they would have to bring more staff in also, because their staff already is only dealing with family. So it's two different programs altogether.
For devil's advocate, let's say their staff was elsewhere or bigger or expanded.
Elsewhere as in?
Down the street, another office. I don't know what their facility looks like, so I'm talking theoretically.
Or in our facility.
Yeah. Ours is too small.
Well, no, they're already coming to our facility.
Right.
So if they were to they use our facility to do the same service.
Not sure that it's fully understood. There are two totally distinct programs, one being handled by our own group, which is adults, and the one on Franklin Boulevard, which is the county, is children. They're separate groups, separate programs. Is that
That's
correct?
Right.
That's why one is local welfare, one is county.
Okay, I'll put it this way. For other municipalities in Somerset County, especially smaller ones, South Bound Brook, Rocky Hill, Manville, what do they do? How do they handle the adults that come to you?
We only deal with Franklin Township.
I know. I'm saying, what does the municipality of Manville do for their population?
I don't know if Manville has consolidated. I don't recall
Do they give them
about
similar
Manville.
services?
I know that
Or
I know
South
that
Bound
there, sometimes, I know that there is a director, some of the directors have like more than one town that they manage. So I'm not sure about specifically which town is actually at county. But that, again, they would be, if that was the case, it would be in Somerville.
Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, it sounds like there is questioning of whether this program is appropriate to what's going on in other communities. And if that is the issue, then perhaps there needs to be some comparisons and an analysis, population, level of income, people who need these services, and if that's what you're getting at, then it's probably something that Diane can't answer. It's something that really needs a full-blown analysis, and if that's what we want to do, then maybe it's something we need to assign to somebody. But the need here is great, obviously, and the way that the program is divided, it's simply one part is handled by the county and the rest are handled by our township employees. So I hope that clarifies that issue. And your building, Diane, is not large enough to take on the county, and it's not even appropriate that you take on the county.
Because you're talking about, it's apples and oranges.
Right, okay.
So I would have to actually, if that was a situation, again, that means that I would have to learn about families.
Right.
I don't have that knowledge.
But wouldn't it?
I
Can I just ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead. I wasn't suggesting we take over the county, but
Okay.
Councilman Wright, go ahead.
Can I ask you a question? How long have you been doing this program?
I have been with the township 23 years. I have
23
I've been actually director for 10, I think, 10
So
years.
you pretty much know exactly what to do and how to do, correct?
Oh, yes.
So you know about all the programs we have in town, all the programs the county has, and how they're divided, and what we need to supply for those particular programs, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay.
So,
Items, Councilman Vasanella.
yeah, so my only comment to add on to Councilman Wright is, it sounds like you obviously know what you're doing it well. My only concern, I didn't say concern, I think we often forget what happens, God forbid, when you retire or otherwise have a leave of absence. I'm concerned that, is there someone or others that can come in if they had to and execute these programs as well as I know you have over the years?
Right now,
When you're such a small department, so much is on your plate, that's...
right now, in terms of,
It's on.
right now, I believe this, my caseworker could do that.
So you're comfortable in the
Oh,
unfortunate
yes,
circumstance? Okay,
definitely.
that's my only concern, so we're covered. We have so many workers here who I think we rely on
Right.
so much for good reason. We sometimes forget we have to be prepared to pick up.
Yes. Okay, can I talk about need for part-time?
Yes, please.
No, actually, I'm going to come back to where I was, because I just want to make it clear. I don't misunderstand what the county does and what we do, and I'm not saying we should take over the county, and I know we need space for both. My question, I'm going to go back to the original question. When people say to me, Mayor, why isn't Somerset County doing some of your community resource items, the ones that you do? How do I answer them in a probable way? I'll give you an example. The county did a whole study on police consolidation, and people said to me, so Mayor, this may save money, why aren't you doing it? And I said, well, we shouldn't because I need protection, they know my town, to the cop, and I knew how to answer that. So I'm asking, what do I say to them?
Well, first of all, because our department is a smaller department, we do give more personalized services. We give, like I said, I explained before about the one-on-one service in terms of housing and things like that. We develop also workshops. So when we have new clients come in, sometimes we may have 10 new clients come in within a month. So within that month, happens is the caseworker will have a new client meeting with those clients. She informs them of everything that they are going to need to do consistently to be compliant. That's one of the things. Then we have a monthly workshop that prepares the employable clients.
Excuse me, that mic is dying.
It's cutting in and out.
Speak in the mic, though. Keeps talking in the mic.
The employable clients we have a monthly workshop for the employable client. Other social services don't do that. So what we're trying to do is get the employable clients back to work. So in order to do that, they need to be ready for work. So the workshops prepares them for that. We also have Work First that comes to our building every other month and has a class for an entire month, deals with resumes, helps them guide them through, interviewing skills. So all of that is that one-on-one personalized care that we do. And because of that, it allows for faster and effective responsiveness to what we do. Getting clients in, and we monitor them much closer as well. So we have tried to prevent a lot of fraud that goes on, because we do have clients that try and manipulate the system. So what we do is we put things in place for doing inquiries when they come in. Finding out that, someone has money accessible to them when they're supposed to be utilizing everything that they have. And when you come for welfare, you come in there because you have nothing. You've utilized everything. So we monitor all of that very closely.
Is the basic point the county would not be as good at these functions? Is that what you're saying? Or they wouldn't do them?
Wouldn't be as personalized.
Okay.
I'd rather say
Can I
that.
just jump in for 1 second? I said it before, but I'll say it again. The county was a big part of the push to move the services that we have today in that building over the last 5 years. The county has been, the only reason why I know this, because it's been a big part of the Franklin Youth Initiative, the social services component of it. They pushed, they're providing the funding to have this county probation in that building. They are also providing the funding to allow Richard Hall to operate out of that building. They partnered with us to make that decision. It would not have happened if they weren't on board, if they didn't recognize the fact that that's where those services need to be. I
agree. I'm not questioning the geography
Okay.
of the whole thing. Don't get me wrong.
But we're talking about local, what's the word?
Local municipal welfare?
Yes, thank you. But I was also thinking of local home run or home rule, local home rule. The need is here. We're addressing it because we know what's best, and we need to keep it local, and we need to keep it in-house.
Mr. Mayor.
And I'm hearing a lot about outsourcing stuff to the county. And this particular area of social services, I don't see where that need would be addressed.
I'm making an inquiry.
Right, and I think the other piece,
I
I'm
know you
sorry,
are. Finish.
the other
No,
piece that
Deputy
is
Mayor Sherman.
quite critical to this is that our residents cannot get into Somerville. They don't have the transportation. It appears that the hours of the buses that we currently have, which we're very grateful for, are not conducive to the office hours of the Somerville programs. Our community was terribly underserved. It was awful. It really was. And that's why the social services came here to us, because our people were not getting what they were entitled to, or that they desperately needed to keep our residents safe and to, take care of issues that would have been ignored. So it was a really great thing to have them come here and put those services here.
Don't get me wrong, I'm not questioning the geography. I'm not suggesting it would move from Hamilton. Actually, I wanted them to come to Hamilton Street. That's not part of what I was asking at all. I don't think it should move from there. So sorry if I didn't say that clearly. Councilman Wright? And
I
then
live-
Councilman Kramer.
My funeral home's up in Irvington, and every now and then we drift down into Newark. And on 18 Rector Street with the county, with Essex County, they consolidated a lot of their movement into 18 Rector Street. But the one reason that they could do that is transportation. Now, all the buses in Newark somehow or another find their way downtown. And here in Somerset, Franklin Township, that doesn't happen. Now, as I said before, how long have you been here?
23 years.
How long have you worked in Franklin Township?
23 years.
And how long have you been doing that program?
10 years.
Thank you very much.
Councilman Kramer.
So I think what the mayor was getting at, and you will correct me if I'm wrong, is kind of a what if. What if this service could be provided at the expense of the county in the same building, using the same people, so that when our citizens walked in, they couldn't tell the difference, whether the town was paying for it or the county was paying for it? And what if the county picked this up for nothing? I don't know if that can happen or not. I don't know what the contract would be. I don't know if that's possible. I don't know if they were to say, well, if we're paying for it, it's going to be in Somerville, and if that would be an absolute deal breaker for me. I'll put on my doctor hat again. I do a lot of charity care. I am in an educational medicine program, university program. I see a lot of charity patients, and many of them don't have the wherewithal to get on a bus and follow a bus schedule and do any of that. We have to take special care with them. So I get that. I get that very much. So I'm not looking for that. But what I think the mayor was asking, and I think it's a valid question, not for this year's budget, but maybe for our manager to look into, is that conceivable? Is that possible that we could give the exact same service to our people, you still working there with your 24 years of knowledge and 10 years of experience there, all of that, except the county basically pays. That isn't what happened with our health department, and there's pluses and minuses to our health department, but the question should be asked if that could happen here. And if it is, then that's a discussion we should have. If it means they're going to have to take a bus or we're not going to provide all the services, then I would vote no. But I think it reasonable to ask the manager to find out what the parameters of that kind of thing would be.
So that will be addressed by the subcommittee, the Finance Oversight Subcommittee, to investigate into that?
It's not a bad idea, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, but, and I'm not asking for it this year. I've just, something to find out and then report to council. And believe me, if there's going to be a drop in services, I'm not going to be with it.
Yeah, you said it much more eloquent than I.
Yeah, so we
I
can
didn't
move on.
get that out of it.
You want to ask for more staff? Is that,
Yes.
get back to the budget?
Okay. Go ahead. You want to ask for staff?
Yes.
Okay.
We're looking for a part-time social worker. And the reason is because of the increased workload per client, the increased client base, and the change in client cultural makeup. We have clients that have mental health issues. We have clients that, are older, seniors, and a lot of them also have a lot of medical issues. So with Rachel and the way she also has Girl Circle, it pulls her away from the office 3 afternoons a week. So that means that she tries to try and work harder to try and keep up, and she's always behind because the cases do not stop coming in.
So is this the part-time BSW for $25,000
Yes.
figure? Okay.
Yes.
Have we Mayor, I'm sorry.
Councilman Vassallo.
Have we exhausted every possibility of seeing if that could be handled via any of the colleges and universities that have master's or doctorate's programs in this area, social work? As part of their course study, internship, et cetera, or working at a reduced amount of money?
I think what she's looking for is a part-time permanent position, so we would need some consistency. I don't know that we could go outside as far as that's concerned. I'm not aware of any programs.
I didn't mean just do it for a semester. I meant if there was a program, I'd imagine students at that advanced level would be likely to be there for the year, and if it's dealt with in advance of the next year or the next year, then there would be consistency. I'm not suggesting that's feasible for you to take that on. I'm just wondering if, looking forward, if we could tap into
It's
a
more
possible
of a specialized
resource.
skill set.
Well, okay.
You're talking.
Just bringing it up.
But for an intern, we did have an intern last year.
I don't want to use an exact term because
Oh, okay.
what universities, I don't know if what they call it, but where they have highly qualified, high level, in master's and doctorate's programs. So again, I don't know the terminology. I just wondering if we've exhausted all that possibility.
So has Mr. Manager, has the FOC actually reviewed this figure and included it, recommended it in the budget?
FOC has reviewed it. That there was some discussion about this position in particular, and I believe that we're now at this point.
Okay.
So there was no definitive decision made as far as the additional staff member.
That's
No recommendation one way or the other?
That's correct. No recommendation one way or the other.
Okay.
All right. Councilman Chase, did you want to?
So, I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just
Thank
going
you.
to
Right.
observe that an intern generally needs supervision. And I think what you want is somebody who can operate independently to do what needs to be done.
That's correct.
Councilman Wright?
I might be out of school here, but are you asking right now for that part-time clerical position? No.
Social work.
Social worker right here, right now, and you wanted that included in the budget?
Yes.
Yes.
So if that is the case, can't we just include that in the budget and keep on going? Because we're going to make that budget presentation real quick, real soon, and I would hate for that particular person for part-time to be left out of that budget. Is that the way we're going, Mr. Township Manager?
I think by consensus of council, there needs to be a decision as to whether or not to include that position in the budget. As we went through budget hearings, we had council discussion on a
On
number
other
of positions,
positions, right.
and that's where we're at with this one.
So I think
Yeah, through our
Mr.
budget
Mayor.
hearings, you're
Mr.
correct.
Mayor.
Right.
I'm sorry.
No,
I
Councilman
thought,
Wright, go ahead. You still have
so-
the floor. Go ahead.
Are you asking for a vote?
Well, in a way, yes, I am, just as we discussed this as far as other
all
positions
the other
in other
We've
departments.
done the same thing.
We did the same thing, and in this particular case, there was no, like I said, there was no decision out of financial oversight as to recommend or not recommend this position be included in the budget. And so therefore, if it's council's, decision or desire to have this position or not, we'll include it or not.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Mayor?
Go. Okay, you still have the floor. Keep going. Then
Oh, no,
Councilman-
I was going to make a motion that we include the social worker in the budget. And Mr. Mayor, if there's a second, then let's go down that road.
I second it.
Because we're going to sit here and one rings around this when we know that we do need that social worker's position because we do know that we have the clients that will need them. And when you talk about social services, when you talk about the need to help the residents of this town in a particular way that we do that with mental health, with trying to keep people on an even keel, then I believe that's more important than a cop car. I believe that's more important than a new car for Public Works because this directly affects people's lives. The other stuff is just the cleanup stuff, and I'm sorry. But if we're going to go down that road, people come before cars and everything else.
Okay, so you made the motion, I seconded it.
Councilman Regan?
Yeah, so just offering a different opinion from the Financial Oversight Committee. So one hesitancy I had in supporting this position was when it originally came to financial oversight, it was actually a request for a full-time employee. So upon further, because again, this is a very difficult job to be in when you have to, go down and drill managers on their requests. But to be fair to all the directors, I pretty much go at each of the directors the same way, and I need to be, there needs to be demonstrated proof of the need for the position. So when I started asking the need for it and was given, first it was the full-time, but then when I started getting the answers that, well, this is in replace of a person that's filling the hours that a person that's currently there is being out of the building, and then I kind of did the math on the hours, it didn't add up, then the request went to part-time. So that's why, in just kind of doing due diligence, again, just my opinion on that, I didn't really get the answers I felt comfortable with to fully support that position, and asked for a further write-up on the need of that. I'm not sure that got included in the packet or not, for me to evaluate it. But the night that we did this in financial oversight, I had to treat this request like I did any other request that came in from any other director.
Anyone else?
So did we get
Costello?
anything? I have the,
No, we have a vote.
So how much is being requested here?
25,000.
25.
That's correct, 25,000
What would
in
that,
his salary.
obviously, we get a person would have payroll taxes. Would he or she be entitled to benefits?
No,
No health or
Part-time, it's a
pension?
part-time position.
part-time position.
Okay. Now, just as a general point, it's, I don't doubt you need the person might as well go along with it. Just want to take a slight issue with every request that's asked is needed. We all have to evaluate them. We've turned down a lot of requests for positions. This year, we've cut back most departments who've asked. And if we do this, that means an extra, I'm estimating $35,000 out of surplus, basically. So, I don't know, that's just where I'm coming from. Everything is important. I wish I could afford everything. I wish I had more police and engineering and public works and community resources and recreation and building an expanded pool. I can't do it all. So,
Mr. Mayor, if I may just add, and
Mayor
your point
Sherman.
is well taken, there has to be some point. What would happen if you don't get this person, Diane? What is the impact on it?
Our role is not declining. Our role is still increasing. So it's just more stress on the department because, again, we only have one caseworker there. So, and what happens also is, and I don't think everyone understands, because we only have 3 people in our office, if one person goes on vacation, another person gets sick, then that's down 1. And we've had that where either I've been the only person in, I'm answering the phones, I'm still trying to do my work, I'm trying to do the caseworker's work, and I'm doing the secretary's work. So with that other person, that gives us at least another person in there to pick up the slack. Because you really need to come to our office and see, we have files that are boxed up because we have so many clients waiting for, those files are waiting to be destroyed and things like that. But our caseload does not stop. We see a good 10, 15 clients, new applicants rather, per week. And it just, and we have, and on top of it, the state regulations are constantly changing. So with that change, we have to change, there are more forms and there's more of this and there's more of that. I keep changing policies because we go to court for fair hearings over little things that are just, I consider nonsense. So I have to keep changing the policies within the office so when we do go to court, that it will not be overturned. So it's really time consuming. It's a lot of involvement in every level of what we do that causes us to constantly trying to keep up.
So let me ask a question that probably is unpopular, but the program that that Rachel handles at the school, that I know there was another woman at one time who was handling that program, or maybe she was the assistant to Rachel at that time?
She was helping Rachel.
Okay.
She's not a social worker.
Okay, and does that particular, I know the Boys Council is handled by Bruce, and he's not, I don't think he's a social worker.
No.
So I just wondered whether there was some way to replace Rachel in that program. I know she does a great job, and I know it's growing, and I don't, just offering that as a potential way to
Well,
bring her back in the office and see if they can't find someone to replace her.
Well, I do know that the person that was working with her had gone out on leave, and it was on disability or whatever. Excuse me, and she just came back. Rachel did the entire thing, the whole 30 girls, the 3 days by herself. I do not think that that person that is there, from my understanding, has the qualifications to actually run the group. That's what that's my understanding. And not because she's not a social worker, but her background and just in general.
No, I know
Does
it's a
not-
valuable group.
Yeah.
I don't want it to be harmed. I was just wondering if there was someone else who can step into Rachel's place that doesn't need a social worker in that position, have her come back into the office.
I have no idea.
So that's something, well, for the future to think about.
So, Mayor?
Councilman Vasanella?
Well, I was thinking of making a motion to amend the motion, but let me just throw that out there. I believe it's been seconded to do this. I heard some sentiment about these services being more important than, say, another truck, and I agree wholeheartedly as far as the list of priority. So I'm wondering if we can indeed, if the sentiment is to provide for this part-time position, go back to the budget and pull something out along the lines, following up with Councilman Wright to.
It's apples and oranges. It's a capital budget that has nothing to do with your salary budget. It's not a truck can't replace a person as far as the budget.
So
is concerned.
what can be? I understand what you're saying.
Other
Getting caught up in the
personnel,
sentiment.
salary,
Just-
OE costs. The capital budget is the capital budget, and it's either through capital ordinance or bond or.
I understand. all
Another salary.
I understand
or-
all that. I guess
or
let me just.
OE expenses elsewhere in the budget.
So I guess maybe I was speaking too general. I don't know enough to absolutely know, but I trust what you're saying. I'm sure you'll watch diligently and should come back next year and show us how this person's productivity helped the department succeed. All I'm saying is there's something we can now take out that we're allowed to make this a wash in the number.
Well, we certainly could look at other operating expenses and reduce somewhere else, which is not capital. And I'm so
Thank you.
tired, I can't even hardly talk tonight, but I can remember we spent money on somebody needed a printer in their office. That was not a capital expenditure, but we got
That's why I said
funds for that.
The money could come from OE or salary.
Yeah.
That's the two places it can come from. That's the part of the budget that we can reduce by a number that would offset a $25,000 increase.
And we're talking 25,000 for a total budget of 206,000 for a department that does a whole lot more with less. So, this is, I know at one point they came and asked for full-time, but there were other departments that came and asked for full-time and scaled back down to part-time. And again, my mind's not, I can't give you specifics, but I remember when I was on the fund. It might have been John House, comes to mind. But so, people do come back and negotiate when they can't have everything that they asked for.
Right, and I agree with that, with the data once asked for. I don't recall seeing any backup data to the.
Use the mic, please.
I don't recall seeing any backup data to my request, so, I can't evaluate something I don't have.
Well, she said that the volume, the client volume, it continues to increase because of the state of the economy.
And again, I'm not.
The number of
questioning
cases.
The emotional need for the position.
Yeah.
I understand that fully, but like, I didn't, there weren't any numbers provided, there was no data other than, we have turned down people in the past, and they have come back with hard data that says, here, this is why I need this. And, maybe I missed something in my email, I double-checked it again, I just don't have anything. So, I can't offer an opinion on something I don't have.
Councilman Wright?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's some things that I like that we do, and some things that I think we do are just stupid. Now, we're talking about human beings here and taking care of the residents of this town. And we decry the fact that we're going to push out $25,000, and because her caseload is increasing every week, every month, every year. And I think someone just said, and I think the director said, if she's not there and the other staff members are there, we have an issue. Now, we can go around and around and around and around, but eventually we're going to stop this little shenanigans we're doing, in my opinion, please, in my opinion. And we talk about adding this, public works, water. We talk about adding all this stuff. And at the end of the day, once again, and some things just aren't hard data. Some things are people data. And for some of us up here, we'll crunch the numbers till the cows come home. But at the end of the day, people come first. Now, we can cut this damn budget all we can, but at the end of the day, people come first. Now, I said it before, and I'll say it again. Yes, we'll cut that budget, but if you don't take care of the residents in your town, then cutting the budget means absolutely nothing. Because at the end of the day, they need, they want, they should have services. Services. I believe we're talking about a service here to the residents. Now, I think we should stop all this bantering, oh, I think we should do that, oh, I think we should do this, and get right down to the meat of the issue. Now, there's a motion on the floor. It's been seconded. We don't need any folly. The lady needs a part-time position for the Office of Social Services to help the residents. This is why they pay taxes. Thank you.
So,
Okay. Oh, Councilman Kramer.
so how many people will this serve? How many people will this particular person serve? And I'm not looking for the total number that your department serves, but how many people will this person see?
She or he would be responsible for at least 30, 35 clients. We have now, the figures I gave before was an average for the year. We now have 90 cases. And we went from
35 additional cases, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Per week, per day?
Oh, no, we have 35 cases in general.
Okay.
So out of that 90.
That would be her caseload.
That would be her caseload.
So she'll handle, in a year, she'll see 35 people several times.
She'll see 35 people within a week.
So every week she will see 35 different people, or every week she will see?
About the same, or it might fluctuate, depends on who is off this roll, off our roll, or
So she
within
is-
a month. Let me change
so-
that, let me put within a month.
So, just to cut the numbers, we're spending how much, 25,000? To serve 35 people. I'm not saying that's a good thing or a bad thing, I'm just saying that's what we're doing. Whereas when we hire a police officer for 30,000 a year, he serves more people in a tinier way. This person serves relatively few people in a large way. So, okay, I'm just trying to get the parameters. Okay.
If I can get a, oh, Mr. Reno?
Councilman, I think that it was a caseload of 35 people, right?
Caseload.
So over the course of the year, it could be 200 people.
Yeah.
It's 35 people at any given time, right? Is that what you're saying? You know, people come in and come out, you serve them as
But we
long,
have-
and they
we-
move on?
Okay, we have,
Because that, I'm trying to clarify that.
Yeah.
okay, we,
Like, let's say I see 35 patients a week. I see a lot more than that. Guys, can you, a little clearer? I see 35 patients a week. They're a different 35. Some of them overlap, some of them don't. So that may be a few hundred people.
The apples and apples is, you know, what's your caseload of patients? You might have 400 patients, and it may, you know, it may change, but it's the same 400, but over the course of the year, you might see, you know what I'm saying?
But I'm saying 35 a week. Is
Right.
that what, I'm,
okay,
is what he's saying right, or what I said the first time right? That, thank you for clarifying.
Yeah.
If that's the case.
let me try and explain it. Right now, we have 90 cases,
Does that mean-
active,
That means
active
90
clients,
90 open files.
90
at this one time,
open files.
Basically, okay. Or per month, or,
Per month, we meet those 90 twice a month.
How many open files do you have over the course of a year? You may open them, you may close them, but how many total do you see?
Anywhere from 75 to 90.
So this service provides
okay.
90, help for 90 people, so
Families.
Yeah,
90 families.
90 individuals.
Individuals, excuse me.
So it's closer to what I said the first time.
okay.
Okay.
Now,
Okay,
can I-
so
can I
are we
piggy-
ready to vote?
No, can I piggyback on that a second? Okay, 90. Will this person be seeing 30 of those 90, or are we moving to 120?
No, that person will be seeing, well, that person will be seeing, let's say, active cases. That person will be seeing 35 active cases. But in the interim, she or he will not only just see the 35 active cases, they will also see new applicants that come in. So we have interviews twice a week. Doing that on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So one of those days, that person will see about 5 or 10 new applicants
Okay.
and process them.
Just so I get a handle on it also, if the person's not hired, are we going to turn people away? Will someone just have bigger inboxes? What's the
Well,
consequence?
no, we can't turn people away. We're not allowed to do that.
Okay.
But what will happen is they will have a longer wait in terms of getting services.
Okay. Now here's, because many spoke, I'm just going to give you my take, and then we're going to go on here. Well, unless anyone wants to speak. I think a little bit in Councilman Regan's court of, we saw the original request for a full-time, then it was part-time, which is fine, and I'm sure you need the person. I didn't see the verbiage of where it's coming from. From a budgetary point of view, which is, the reality. If I spend more than I take in my household or in the town, I go broke. Right now, we're unbalanced, tune of 7 figures, and I got to rein that in. If I never like to use the word only in a budget, because enough onlys, enough small holes will sink a ship, enough onlys will sink a budget. So, if again, I wish I could have more everything, and there's, I know it's like having a small office, and when people are away, it causes hardship. And I don't believe that we're gonna, I know we're in the service business, and we serve people, and that's most of what everyone in the town does for the whole time. So I think when we're turning down people and turning down budgets, yeah, we're hurting departments, we're hurting people, we're hurting residents a little bit. I'm just grappling with myself if this is one of those extras I'd want to include this year, seeing how good you run your department anyway, or something I should consider for next year in my own mind. Again, I have no doubt that would help out the department and ease it up. So that's where I'm coming from.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Wright.
Once again, we are easy to give up on a lot of stuff. that have come through and come down the pipe. Yes, I'm on the Financial Oversight Committee. I used to be on the Admin Committee, and a lot of stuff comes down the pipe. Now, once again, we've been here for almost an hour going through that budget, and we have gotten nowhere but to the same spot. Now, once again, we're talking about services for the people of this town. I don't know why this part-time employee that's going to see clients, take part of the caseload that comes down, why we would hold that and to hold that hostage, as it were, but yet other parts of the township came in and sat right down at that table, and damn, did they get everything they wanted? Damn near close to it. But we're going to come here, and she went from a full-time position down to a part-time position. I guess that saves us money. But we're here to make the hard decisions. You're absolutely right. There's been a motion on the floor. It's been duly moved and seconded. I call for the vote.
Okay. I'm just going to ask a question of our manager. It's actually, we can take a consensus. It's your budget. If you want.
It is my budget.
We'll leave it alone, and you do whatever you want.
It is in fact my budget, and if you
Would
choose not to choose tonight, I will make a choice as to what I
Since
include or not include in the budget.
I'm sorry.
This was,
Point of order. I'm a stickler for Robert's rules. And I'm not saying I agree with him, but he called for the vote. That I think you're obligated to now ask for a second. We have a parliament.
You had it.
I had seconded about 15 minutes ago.
Okay.
20 minutes ago, I
Okay,
seconded.
okay, go to the vote. I'm going to have I guess it might be a point of order, because I'm not sure we have the authority. That's what I'm kind of going for.
Okay.
And so I'm giving it to them. So I'm asking the manager, since we really have no weight or authority in this area. So.
in this particular case, as we went through the budget hearings, there was specific direction that, as far as all of the presentations and the requests from department heads. In this particular case, financial oversight chose not to make a decision as far as recommending or not recommending this position because they wanted to hear further information from Diane. That was why I made a point of, since Diane couldn't make the budget hearing, that she was brought here today to make her presentation. So a decision could be made as to whether or not this position would be included in the budget. If, in fact, there's no decision that's made, it'll be my decision. I think that's the question, and that's the answer, is that it's, in fact, the manager's budget, and it's a budget that I present to council for consideration. And in this particular case, if you ask me what happens if this position doesn't get filled, non-mandated services get cut. That's what happens. The position, as it was indicated by Diane tonight and in the financial oversight, was that there's a full-time position that covers a non-mandated service at the middle school that has been very successful, and if that position can't be filled, then that full-time position needs to spend 100% of her time in the office, and that program needs to be cut. That's what happens.
Okay, I'm going to ask Mr. Reno to give his opinion, and we'll go to it.
Yeah, I think the manager just said it pretty succinctly, and that somebody said, don't we have that authority? Well, the answer is that you haven't introduced the budget yet. So the manager can introduce the budget, but obviously if council says, look, we're not going to support that, he could introduce the budget with it in, and council could take it out. So the answer is that this is, at this point in time, is advisory to the manager only, I think. And because these are the departmental budget hearings, and you're hearing all of these things, and so is the manager. So at this point in time, you could take a sense of the council vote. It's advisory.
Okay, so that's what we'll do. Councilman Chase.
I just wanted to ask Diane, and hope that this will clarify things. How much is your caseload going up in the last year and in the last 5 years?
In the last year, we've gone from 70 to 90.
So just in the last year,
In the
it's
last
gone
year.
up by 2/3 of the load that this new person, if it were a part-time person, would cover.
And in 5 years, maybe a little more, yeah, about 5, maybe 6 years, we've gone from 20. We started out, when Rachel came into our department, she had 20, caseload of 20. And we've gone from 20 now to 90.
And you haven't had an increase in
We have
personnel
not had
in
an
this time.
increase in personnel at all.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Deputy Mayor Sherman.
Diane, if you had said that in the beginning, it would have been so much easier. Oh, my God. I am going to ask that from now on, before you come here, please, please put the statistics together. You would have saved a lot of conversation. Oh, my God. It's most clear to me now. Thank you.
Okay, and I'm going to,
And it is included in part in what Diane gave to you and in what she prepared for herself to tell you here.
It was not clear enough, though. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
No, yeah.
Well, you have a lot of kudos for what you do, but had I heard those numbers, I would not have hesitated.
now here's another thing, and I don't want to belabor it because people want to go on. I agree, I didn't hear that. But I'm not going to ask you now, but I'm just going to state, when I asked what's the consequences of not, I didn't hear the thing about the middle school in there. So, like, I'm not even putting that in my decision now because I don't want to go into it now. That was said. If that's the case, and I flesh it out, that might be a different decision. I didn't hear that, but again, I don't want to go
Are
into
we
it.
going to vote?
Let's vote.
Advisory vote, please?
I know.
All right, let's go.
Okay, so we can do that. So,
Madam Clerk?
my job.
I know.
Okay,
Trying to
Madam
edge
Clerk,
you along.
a yes vote is for the part-time position as stated, a no vote is no. And again, it's advisory, the manager can make whatever choice is his.
Councilman Chase?
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Francois? Councilman Kramer?
Yes.
Mayor Levine?
No.
Councilman Regan?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Sherman?
Yes.
Councilman Vasanella?
Yes.
Councilman Wright?
After 1 hour, absolutely, positively,
Say yes.
yes.
Okay.
Oh, jeez. Thank you,
Okay.
Diane.
Okay,
for all you
thank you
do.
for your time.
Thank you.
And please note, my vote is not a reflection on what's happening, it's
Wish I'd
fiscal.
asked that
Okay,
question earlier.
Yeah, me too.
okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilman Kramer?
I'm into agenda amending again here.
Go.
There's two people sitting in the audience waiting for the second reading, and we have the budget discussion, we have a lot of things before that. Could we possibly amend the agenda to go through the second readings now, so those two gentlemen,
I second the motion.
Okay. And is that
Seconded.
in any particular or all of them?
I guess,
Those two.
well, we might as well do all of them. I think the very last one they don't care about,
Okay,
but.
so the motion is to move
I
item,
think, I think it's the first one that they're here for.
No, are you,
okay, so the motion is to move all of item number 14 to now.
Sure.
Just
Yes,
go
sir.
for it now.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
Seconded.
Okay, moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion is carried. So now we're going through our ordinance hearings. Ordinances are usually voted on twice before they go into law. They're voted once, and then usually the next meeting or two, they're voted on a second time. And if it passes the second time, it goes into law, and there's usually a public hearing where people can discuss that particular ordinance. So we have first, item 14A on the agenda, ordinance 4007-13, ordinance amending the code of the Township of Franklin, County of Somerset, State of New Jersey, more particularly Chapter 112, Development, regarding the zoning of the Trap Rock Quarry area. I might have said that improperly, regarding the zoning of Trap Rock Quarry area. This is basically removing some areas from M3 and near Trap Rock Quarry. It cleans it up, helps the business, and a person who's a member of the public did give us a presentation a month or two ago about this. The township attorney has approved the affidavit of publication, and a public hearing is in order. Is there a motion for opening this meeting for public hearing on this particular ordinance?
So moved, Mayor.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion is carried. Meeting is open for public hearing on this particular ordinance. Anyone wishing to speak, please raise your hand.
Seeing no one from the public, I move we close the public session. Yeah.
Second.
Okay, moves, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion is carried. Public hearing is closed for this ordinance. Thank you. Is there a motion for final passage of the ordinance and publication in accordance with law?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. McCarthy, please poll the council on item 14A, ordinance 4007-13, please.
Councilman Chase?
Yes, and Mr. Conway has been most patient waiting for this.
Councilwoman Francois?
Yes.
Councilman Kramer?
Yes.
Mayor Levine?
Yes.
Councilman Regan?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Sherman?
Yes.
Councilman Vasanella?
Yes.
Councilman Wright?
Councilman Wright.
Yes.
Okay, motion is carried. We now have the second public hearing. It's item 14B on the agenda, ordinance number 4008-13. An ordinance amending the code of the Township of Franklin, County of Somerset, State of New Jersey, more particularly Chapter 112, Development, to provide better control of the shape of one- and two-family residential lots. This basically makes for better building lots and setbacks. In our ordinance, we had certain ones like that, and if someone has an odd-shaped lot, it will make it so it can't build properly. I believe this came to us from the planning board. So the township attorney has approved the affidavit of publication. The public hearing is in order. Is a motion to open the meeting for public hearing
So
on this
moved.
ordinance?
So moved.
Second.
Moved in second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion is carried. Meeting is open for public hearing on this particular ordinance. Anyone interested in speaking, please raise your hand.
Mr. Mayor, seeing no one from the public wishing, move that we close public session.
Second.
Moved in second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion is carried. Public hearing is closed on this ordinance. Thank you. Their motion for final passage of the ordinance and publication in accordance with law.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Madam Clerk, please poll the council on item 14B, ordinance 4008-13, please.
Councilman Chase?
Yes.
Councilwoman Francois?
Yes.
Councilman Kramer?
Yes.
Mayor Levine?
Yes.
Councilman Regan?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Sherman?
Yes.
Councilman Vasanella?
Yes.
Councilman Wright?
Yes.
Okay, motion is carried. Next, we have item 14C, ordinance 4009-13. It's an ordinance amending the code of Township of Franklin, County of Somerset, State of New Jersey, more particularly Chapter 112, Development, Article 11, off-street parking and loading to incorporate recommendations of the Township Engineering Department. This basically cleans up driveways in the development ordinance, and actually, I think 7 of these 8, actually, the first 7 of these 8 have come to us from the planning board. Is there a motion to open, well, the Township Attorney has approved the affidavit of publication. The public hearing is in order. Motion for public hearing on this ordinance.
So moved.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion is carried. Meeting is open for public discussion on this particular ordinance. Anyone interested in speaking, please raise your hand.
Mr. Mayor, seeing no one come forward, I move that we close the public session.
Second.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion is carried. Public hearing is closed for this ordinance. Thank you. Motion for final passage of the ordinance and publication in accordance with law.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. McCarthy, please poll the council on item 14C, ordinance 4009-13, please.
Councilman Chase?
Yes.
Councilwoman Francois?
Yes.
Councilman Kramer?
Yes.
Mayor Levine?
Yes.
Councilman Regan? Deputy Mayor Sherman?
Yes.
Councilman Vasanella?
Yes.
Councilman Wright?
Okay, motion is carried. Next, we have item 14D, ordinance 4010-13, an ordinance amending the code of the Township of Franklin, County of Somerset, State of New Jersey, more particularly Chapter 112, Development, to provide updated definitions, fees, and escrow deposits for certain land development applications and to clarify certain procedures related to wireless telecommunication facilities. This is a development ordinance, mostly related to fees. The Township Attorney has approved the affidavit of publication. The public hearing is in order. Motion for public hearing on this ordinance.
Although there was no one in the public, I move.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion is carried. Meeting is open for public hearing on this particular ordinance. Anyone interested in speaking, please raise your hand.
Mr. Mayor, seeing no one come forward, I move that we close the public session.
So moved. Seconded.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion is carried. Public hearing is closed on this ordinance. Thank you. Motion for final passage of the ordinance and publication in accordance with law.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. McCarthy, please poll the council on item 14D, ordinance 4010-13, please.
Councilman Chase?
Yes.
Councilwoman Francois?
Yes.
Councilman Kramer?
Yes.
Mayor Levine?
Yes.
Councilman Regan? Deputy Mayor Sherman?
Yes.
Councilman Vasanella?
Yes.
Councilman Wright?
Okay, motion is carried. Halfway through. Okay, now we have ordinance, it's item 14E on the agenda, ordinance number 4011-13. It's an ordinance amending the code of the Township of Franklin, County of Somerset, State of New Jersey, more particularly Chapter 112 Development, to clarify requirements pertaining to preservation area markers. This is basically for developers to put markers, I think especially concrete markers, on preservation areas. The Township Attorney has approved the affidavit of publication. The public hearing is in order. The motion for public hearing on this ordinance.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion is carried. Meeting is open for public hearing on this particular ordinance. Anyone interested in speaking, please raise your hand.
Seeing no one coming forward, Mayor, I motion to close the public portion of this hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Passed by a vote of 1-0.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, is there a motion for final passage of the ordinance and publication in accordance with law?
So moved.
Second.
Moved, seconded. Madam Clerk, please poll the council on item 14E, ordinance 4011-13, please.
Councilman Chase?
Yes.
Councilwoman Francois?
Yes.
Councilman Kramer?
Yes.
Mayor Levine?
Yes.
Councilman Regan? Deputy Mayor Sherman?
Yes.
Councilman Vasanella?
Yes.
Councilman Wright?
Okay, motion is carried. We now have item 14F, ordinance 4012-13. It is an ordinance amending the code of the Township of Franklin, County of Somerset, State of New Jersey, more particularly Chapter 112 Development, to revise the submittal requirements for land development applications. This increases the number of plans submitted to our town for reviewers, because we've got many people, organizations who look at it, like perhaps planning and environmental commission, so that all of them can have a plan. The Township Attorney has approved the affidavit of publication, and a public hearing is in order. Is a motion to open the meeting for public hearing on this ordinance?
So moved.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion is carried. Meeting is open for public discussion on this particular ordinance. Anyone interested in speaking, please raise your hand.
Mr. Mayor, seeing no one in the audience raising their hand, I move the public session be closed.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion is carried. Public hearing is closed on this ordinance. Thank you. The motion for final passage of the ordinance and publication in accordance with law.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. McCarthy, please poll the council on item 14F, ordinance 4012-13, please.
Councilman Chase?
Yes.
Councilwoman Francois?
Yes.
Councilman Kramer?
Yes.
Mayor Levine?
Yes.
Councilman Regan?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Sherman?
Yes.
Councilman Vasanella?
Yes.
Okay, motion is carried. We next have item 14G, ordinance 4013-13, the last of the items which have come to us from the planning board for this evening.
No, this one isn't from the planning board.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is
You
from
are
the manager.
correct. The first 6. I'm sorry, pardon me, you're right. The last one was the last one. Thank you, Councilman Chase. This is an ordinance amending the municipal code of the Township of Franklin, County of Somerset, State of New Jersey, more particularly, Chapter 5, Administration of Government, Article 2, Executive and Legislative, Article 3, Revenue and Finance, and the adoption of 2 new articles, Article 7, Department of Information Technology, and Article 12, Municipal Court. This is from our manager and administration committee. We form an IT director, have an HR officer, and IT was under our assistant manager, and so that's moving out as a separate department and reporting directly to the township manager. I think I have the salient pieces there. The township attorney has approved the affidavit of publication, and the public hearing is in order. Motion to open the meeting for public hearing on this ordinance.
So moved.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion is carried. Meeting is open for public hearing on this particular ordinance. Anyone interested in speaking, please raise your hand.
Mr. Mayor, seeing no one from the public is interested in speaking, I move we close this portion of the public discussion.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion is carried. Public hearing is closed for this ordinance. Thank you. Is there a motion for a final passage of the ordinance and publication in accordance with law?
So moved.
Seconded.
Moved, seconded. Madam Clerk, please poll the council on item 14G, ordinance 4013-13, please.
Councilman Chase?
Yes.
Councilwoman Francois?
Yes.
Councilman Kramer?
Yes.
Mayor Levine?
Yes.
Councilman Regan?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Sherman?
Yes.
Councilman Vasanella?
Yes.
Okay, motion is carried. We next have the final of our ordinance hearings for the evening. It's item 14H on the agenda, ordinance number 4014-13, an ordinance authorizing the lease of certain premises owned by the Township of Franklin in the County of Somerset and State of New Jersey to the Franklin Township Baseball League for utilization as Baseball League complex. This continues our policy of leasing fields to the Little League at $1 per year. The Township Attorney has approved the affidavit of publication. Public hearing is in order. Is there a motion to open the meeting for public hearing on this ordinance?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion is carried. Meeting is open for public hearing on this particular ordinance. Anyone interested in speaking, please raise your hand.
Mr. Mayor, seeing no one in the audience, I move the public session be closed.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion is carried. Public hearing is closed on this ordinance. Thank you. The motion for final passage of the ordinance and publication in accordance with law.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. McCarthy, please pull the council on item 14H, ordinance 4014-13, please.
Councilman Chase?
Yes.
Councilwoman Francois?
Yes.
Councilman Kramer?
Yes.
Mayor Levine?
Yes.
Councilman Regan?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Sherman?
Yes.
Councilman Vasanella?
Yes.
Councilman Wright?
Yes.
Okay. Motion is carried.
Mayor?
Councilman Vasanella?
Sorry to interrupt you. I realized I forgot a timely event related to the Little League, so this made me think of it. If you would allow me, a week from Saturday, I believe it is, the Little League is kicking off its season and having its parade from Pine Grove Avenue to the Little League field. So I just wanted to let people know, please come out and support it. I apologize, I forgot to make it during comments, but we will not have another council meeting before the grand opening, I believe.
Okay. Oh, thank you for that. Very good. Okay, so now we go back to item 11B on the agenda. Calendar year 2013 municipal budget wrap-up. Is that Councilman Kramer, Mr. Vornlocker, one of you?
Did you want to go through your sheet first, Mr. Vornlocker?
Sure. The Schedule A that was handed out earlier to all council members, we'll just refer to that. Based on our budget hearings and as calculated And I will tell you that there will still be some minor adjustments to these numbers. Currently, as directed by financial oversight, the tax increase without the library being included in those numbers was held at 5%. That called for, based on a decrease in our assessed property values, it called for a $1.5 million increase in our amount to be raised by taxes. And in calculating the current fund appropriations, there were budgeted an increase of $1,061,000 in increases over the 2012 calendar year. As you can see under current fund appropriations, that would include things such as salary and wage, other expenses, our insurance costs. And we saw a decrease of about $195,000 in the library tax due to the decrease in the assessed values of properties. So therefore, the overall amount to be raised by taxes is $1.335 million over what it was in calendar year 12, for a total of $35,113,000 to be raised by taxes. There's a proposal to use about $7 million in fund balance, which is a decrease of about $500,000 from calendar year 12. And the taxes on an average assessed home, which was a question that was asked at the last budget hearing, the average assessed home is about $304,000 for calendar year 13, and this increase would result overall, with the municipal and library taxes taken together, of about $60 per average home increase. And I think that, as I understand it, Councilman Kramer will have some additional information as it relates to this, and some graphs that might better explain the financial situation that the township is in as far as our fund balance and our deficit.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Kramer, you want to?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vornlocker. If the videographer is still awake, God bless him, and if he could point the camera, her, at the video screen. I have a little presentation that I hope council members are patient with. I will try to move through it as quickly as possible. So we've really gone through all the spending items. Now comes the odious task of deciding how much to tax and how much basically to unfortunately raise taxes. So we developed a model. It's basically a very complicated spreadsheet that has several different components to it. I mean, pages and pages of components. How much we expect to give in raises, how much we expect fuel to go up, our consulting costs, et cetera, tries to take everything into account. And of course, they're all guesses, they are all assumptions, and any one of them can go wrong. And as Councilman Regan points out, and very correctly, that the farther you go out in time, the less sure you are of what goes out. But council has often sat here and kind of said, oh, this feels right or that feels right. This, however, is a forecast with at least using some assumptions as to what will happen to, in this case, our fund balance as we go out. So for the public, our fund balance, we also call it our surplus, because in finance, if you don't have 6 names for something, it's not any good, or at least it isn't confusing enough. But basically, the public can think of the fund balance as something in our bank account. This is the bank account. This is our rainy day fund. This is money that we can use when we don't have enough money to completely pay the bills. We make that money up out of the fund balance. And we're starting out in 2012 with a fund balance of $20 million. It is recommended that we don't go below 10 million, and part of the reason is because we have to pay the schools, we have to pay the county, et cetera, whether we collect taxes or not. So it's recommended that we hold $10 million. Not that we can't ever go below that. So the projection is, what I did was I ran that model as if we were going to tax every year, increase taxes every year by 5%, 4.5%, and 4%. And if you look at this, I don't know if viewers at home can see this that well, but these are millions of dollars here, 20 million, 15, 10 million. These are the years 2015, 16, 17. And we wind up, if we tax at 5%, if we tax at 5%, then increase taxes at 5% every year. In 2017, we've got about $12 million left in the surplus. If we do 4.5% less, just under 10 million, and if we do 5%, it looks somewhere, 4%, it looks somewhere like 8 million. That isn't the whole story, though. It's the slope of the line. How quickly are we heading towards zero? And that's what this next graph is. And the title of the graph is burn rate. At the end of the year, how much fund balance, how much money do we have left in the bank versus how much money we had left in the bank at the end of the previous year. And as you can see, at 5%, we actually start to heal near the end. We are not heading off the cliff quite as fast in 2017 if we increase by 5%. And so that's $1.5 million a year that we're still burning every year at 5%. At 4%, it's a little uncomfortable. We're burning at almost $2.5 million a year. Remember, we're around $10 million then, so that doesn't take long to get rid of that. And if we only go up at 4%, we're burning at 3.5 million a year, or 3.3 million. We've been talking about that we have a water system that has 10% more leak than is expected, and that works out to be $1 million a year. So we talked about, gee, if we could fix that and then keep that money to fix up the surplus, which our accountant has some questions as to whether we could do that, but let's say we could, then how much would that help us? This is with a reasonable water fix of just, in the first year, we fix 1%, so we save $100,000. In the next year, we're still saving that $100,000, but we fix another 1%, so $200,000, and in the third year, $300,000. And then for the last year, I keep it the same. I'd say, that's as far as we get. Even though we should go farther, that's as far as we can get. It doesn't make that much of a difference here. You might increase by about $500,000 over each model in your fund balance. But if you look at the burn rate, it is a little bit more pleasant there. We're almost, if we were to do the 5% and we were to fix at a reasonable water rate, we'd be only burning as the mayor said, I hate to use terms like only, but only burning at 1.2 million a year. What if we fix the water utility entirely? And I think that's an unreasonable thing, but let's say we did, and let's say we did it all in 3 years, and let's say the accountant said, yeah, you could make that work and we can absorb that all into the budget. This is what would happen. So if we went down to, I think the main point I want to bring out of this, if we went down to 4.5% tax increase, and then we fixed the water problem entirely, that would do the same thing as if we went to a 5% tax increase and didn't increase the water. And if we did go to a 5% every year, then we would almost have a healed budget if we could do this water thing. Though again, that's unreasonable. It's just, that's the best I think we could get to, is why I'm showing that. So that's part of the information that I think council should have to make up their mind. The other things I worked on here, people had asked about change in assessments. So in 2012 to 2013, our houses lost value because of the economy. So they went down this is just housing. This is just residential, not commercial. So the mean house went from 311 to 304, and Councilman Regan had asked the median, so I pulled that out of 278 to 267. What that means is because your median is lower than your mean, that means there's a lot of really expensive houses out there somewhere. So the municipal increase we talked about, if we do the 5%, as Mr. Vornlocker said, was going to be $65.53. With the library decrease of $5.36, that brings it down. I also included the open space because open space is 5 cents per $100 of assessed value. So that pulls it down a little bit too. So that pulls us down to $56.60 increase just this year. That's not through 2017, but just this year if we were to do the 5%. Now, Mr. Vasanella asked the question because, and I think Mr. Regan, because some houses didn't seem to have their assessments go down. My assessment didn't go down. Mr. Regan's assessment didn't go down. So this is a histogram. It shows how many houses, and I'm sorry, it's hard to read over. These are thousands. This is 9,000, 8,000, 7,000, 6,000. How many houses, how many residential properties had no change? And we see it's almost 8,000. How many properties went down by 5%? That's about 7,500. And down 10% is about 3,000. So yes, the people up here who didn't have their property values go down get hit harder automatically, even if we didn't decrease that. And this is exactly the same graph. I just divide all those numbers by the total number of residential properties, so you can see it in percentage rather than number of properties. So this is 40% of people did not have their homes changed, 40% of residential houses. And then we go down to the other percentages for 5 and 10%. The next item would be road paving, but I think before we get to that, we should talk about what we want to do with the tax rates.
Well, Mayor, I have a question.
I mean, Councilman
I guess
Vasanella.
for Councilman Kramer, seems to be very familiar with this. So by that chart, am I to understand that a little over 40%, whatever, 41% of the homeowners out there will have more than the 6.32%. So almost half the people actually have more than a 6.3% increase.
I'm not sure where you're getting 6.3, but what?
Well, 6.3 then reduced to, I guess.
No, you're talking about $65?
No. Okay. Right now, if we didn't touch the budget or add any more surplus,
Then those 40% would get about a 2.5%, 2.7% tax increase.
wait, I thought the increase was 5
No,
plus percent.
I'm sorry, you said if we didn't touch the budget. I thought that's what you were saying. Let me let you finish your question.
Yeah, maybe, okay. So right now, with the budget as it is now, what is the percentage increase for the average home?
For the average home, we are increasing, the proposed right now is 5%.
Okay, so 40%, 40+% will pay more than that 5%.
Yeah, and I think they'll pay another 2.5%.
That's what I was trying to get out. So 40% of the people will have more towards a 7 to 8% increase in their municipal tax unless we adjust this more whatever ways we can to offset the levy requirement.
Isn't it the opposite? More people you have like 80% 0 or less. don't you? Or reduction?
That's their assessment change. The
So they-
point is that if their assessment doesn't change and the tax rate goes up, they'll pay more. If their assessment goes down by more than 6%, then they'll pay less.
So,
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
okay, so just asking. If I'm reading it wrong, and this is a good analysis, I have to say.
Thank you.
If 0, -5, -10, so it looks like 90% of the people will have 0 increase or reduction under this model, which means they'll pay 5% or less.
No. So let me explain the chart. Perhaps I didn't explain it.
Or I didn't
Zero-
understand, yeah.
40%, 42% of the people, 41% of the people, of the households
Yes.
did not change in their assessment. However, the average assessment decreased. Therefore, essentially, their taxes go up because the average assessments go down, theirs didn't go down with them. So they are essentially, even if we didn't touch the levy one bit, if we didn't touch, well, we would touch the tax rate. The tax rate will go up. If the levy stays the same and the total assessment value goes down, then the tax rate goes up. And if your assessment hasn't changed, then your tax goes up.
So that was a correct summary, that for the people, the 41%, their
Yes, thank
taxes
you
would
very
go.
much. No,
Where-
yes.
No, I didn't
Yes.
know who you were talking to. Their taxes would go up, the extra two, okay. And I'm just concerned about that, but I understand, there's no magic silver bullet, but I just want to be clear, 41% could see 7-8% increase. So question here, with the, not the water, the library. Unfortunately, property values are going down, and they have been. I remember just, a few years back, it was 367 or something. It was up there in the higher threes at the average home. Now we're down to almost 300. No fault of ours. But my question is, if next few years property values go up, even part of the 20-25% they're losing, that library and open space tax will increase at a much higher rate. I'm a little uncomfortable when we use the library and open space to show a further decrease, because those are really not in our control, correct?
Yeah, and this was.
You know what I'm saying, Phil, right?
I'm not trying to editorialize here. I'm trying to give all the facts.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's actually informative. I'm not arguing facts. It's just those, we don't have any control over. They could, if our property values bump up, although you're not moving and cashing on your house, those things could bump up
Without
quite
a
a
resolution, we have no control. Correct.
Right, so
I mean, a referendum.
and I'm not suggesting we do a referendum. I just,
Right.
you know what I'm trying to point out. Okay, thank you.
But, Mr. Attorney, you were kind of disagreeing, I think, there, and maybe my math is wrong or something.
Yeah, I don't think it's and I'm not the mathematician here, but I don't think it's a straight line, because I think when you change the overall total, it's not a straight line addition. So in other words, when you read, because if the budget was flat and you changed the total amount of the assessments, the rate would change up or down.
Right.
But people's taxes would not go up or down.
The amount of money, if you.
Let me, let's see if I can do it this way.
Say that
If the
again.
total amount of the assessment was $10 million, right?
Yes.
And the rate was $1 a million,
Yeah, okay,
it'd be $10.
right.
If the total amount of the assessment dropped to $5 million, the rate would be $2, so it would be, oh my gosh, the rate doubled. Except
Right.
the amount of
But-
money you were raising would be exactly the same,
But-
and what people pay would be exactly the same.
But so you're right. If everybody's assessment, and I said that at that podium many times.
Yeah, and I argued with you, and you told me I was wrong.
And you were.
No, I was right. You're now
No,
telling people
no,
what I told you
no.
all of those years ago. That's for the record.
Bang that gavel.
Let's go to the
Fighting words.
videotape. Anne Marie, pull out the
No.
tape.
And what I said then is that assessments don't matter in that if everybody's assessment
Yes.
doubles, then you are right. No one's taxes change. If everyone's assessment goes in half, no one's taxes change.
Right.
What matters is if some people's assessments change and others people's don't.
Exactly correct.
Right.
So it's not the percentage increase in the tax rate. That's not what it is. And you're right, it's a calculation that involves understanding what the average house is and what the effect is on the average house.
It's the decrease in the assessed values,
Right.
all right, and the increase in appropriations. So if there's a need for more money and we've decreased the value and everyone doesn't stay the same, some see a larger than 5% increase and some see a smaller than
And I
5%
don't think, I just don't think it's a
increase.
straight line.
It just allocates it
Because the
within
rate
the
is
Just
pie.
allocates it within the pie.
So what you're saying is if we do a 5% increase and there's a 2% decrease in levy, the people whose levy don't change don't get a 5 plus 2.
Correct.
You don't think it's linear. I guess I would need to sit down and do the
Probably
math.
not.
It's
Yeah,
probably
probably
not.
not
It's a
linear.
calculation.
It may be
It's a
2% of the 5%. I don't, I
Yes.
have to.
No, I think I think that's probably what it is. But in any event, the overall concept is exactly correct, which is that whatever you do, those people whose assessments have gone up will see marginally more than people who have stayed the same and marginally more than people who have reduced, for
Yes.
sure.
Yes.
Yes.
We're not.
But
Mr.
otherwise,
Mayor.
your numbers are exactly correct.
Yes, Councilman
Mayor.
Regan?
Yeah, so I think, based upon Councilman Kramer's, discussion here, that's really the point, that we didn't want the residents to think that we were just going off the average number, because we constantly get asked about, well, my rate went up, I paid more in taxes, and we're just trying to be transparent in the fact that we realize that based upon the histogram that was there. I think if we go back to the one, Phil, you had on the fund life, back, yes, this one kind of really drives home the point from the Financial Oversight Committee. Well, this is the water, go back to the one without the water fix. There we go. This is the one that drives home the point relative to financial oversight as to, the point that Councilman Kramer has really always been concerned about is the slope. And what we talked about at the last Financial Oversight Committee was, looking at that 5% tax increase based upon that slope, that still leaves us in a position where, at least we feel from a Financial Oversight Committee, having that remaining fund balance targeted out at 2017, that we were more comfortable with that, and that's why we wanted to move forward. So I think Councilman Kramer did a great job here, because this did not come from our CFO or staff. This actually is stuff that Bill, the charts anyway, put together. I mean, all the data is there, but I do want to give Councilman Kramer full credit for his work on his Excel charts. But I think this is a very important chart that really shows and encapsulates the discussion relative to how much the tax rate we want versus how much we're willing to pull from general funds.
That is correct, Councilman Regan. Absolutely.
A wonderful summary.
So, Mayor, to get to the next step here, and maybe this is where Councilman Kramer's going. Well, first of all, I think we do need to take consideration of the water, because the whole idea of the investments we made in the equipment and the objectives, I would think we should consider the savings. I assume, Councilman Kramer, that's why you did those charts? So we could consider a modest savings in our approach at this point?
Is there I'm kind of being asked two questions.
Okay, well, I'm trying to get to the point of where we got to figure out if we're going to make adjustments or use surplus, whatever. So when we're trying to make that decision, I feel we should take in consideration a modest, conservative savings in the water. I know you did a couple slides in our, as you were putting, water department fix.
Okay.
So, I mean, we're making a substantial investment in that with the idea we're going to get a return.
So if we do that, if we do just a modest fix in water, then, I mean, it's a bit, what are you proposing? Which percentage are you proposing?
Well, I mean, I'll be blunt. I mean, of course, this is just, hopefully we'll find a consensus, a compromise. I'd like to see the lowest rate possible. I see down 17, you get into 2017, things start to look a little concerning, but I think we all agreed, or I thought we did, that really 2-3 years you can do good predictions, but when you start getting 4 or 5 years out, it's hard to tell if it's going to be that substantial. I remember years back, bless you, Councilman, seeing a much more dramatic line that didn't end up as bad as we thought. So I'd like to look at the 3-year analysis more than the 4 or 5 is all I'm saying.
Well,
Okay, but, I'm sorry.
if you don't project out, and we're doing 5 years, if you only project out 1 year, 2 years, you're losing you're losing where you're going and how you're going.
Yeah,
to
and I didn't say anything about 1 or 2 years. I said 3 years.
Even if you did 3 years, you're already into your first year, which is 2013. So if you went 14 and 15 and counting 13, aren't you doing nothing but looking at a little straight line? Shouldn't you actually be projecting as far as you can out, realizing every year you're going to change that number? I don't get it.
Are you asking me, or? Because I've been doing this for 9 years, looking at the budgets, and I think 3 years with a consideration of where you'll be at the 4th is important.
So you want financial oversight for how many years?
Okay. So anyway, getting back to Councilman Kramer, because I can see that's going nowhere.
Yeah, so you can, so, yes, there was when I first gave one of these reports, I said we were falling off the cliff. Actually, it was May in 2012, and here we are sitting and we are not falling. But a lot happened there. You may remember a room full of police officers that were really upset with us. We made some major adjustments to the budget. We also vacuumed up some nickels and closed some trust funds, and we did some major things that have brought this back. But, the idea of, yes, these things may be wrong, but they could be wrong worse, as well as they can be wrong better. And to go on a wing and a prayer to that, well, let's hope it gets better, I just can't see that. To me, this is the chart that says it all, that if we do 4.5% instead of 5%, and we are able to wring out within 3 years from out of nowhere, what is it, Deus Ex Maximus, out of nowhere, $1 million a year, then we're still burning $1.5 million a year. And, we all want the lowest rate possible. We all do because we all pay it, and we all do because that's what politicians want. But I am trying to not be a politician here. I am trying to look out for the financial security of this town. And I stood at that microphone many years talking about cutting spending, cutting spending, cutting spending. But the last couple of years I was out there, if you remember, I stopped saying that because I started reading more and more about what Manager Daley was saying, and we were getting worse and worse. And he was talking about our fund balance going away. So we've taken some great strides, but to me, 4% is just not fiscally responsible.
So one last question. When you did the fund balance, or Andy, whoever did the fund balance analysis to get to these conclusions, and I agree with a lot of what you just said, by the way, but did you include the 200 and approximately 240 revenue we just received or will be receiving from liquor license and the 2 that are on the agenda to be put up for sale tonight?
The answer is yes, 1 liquor license was included, in fact, in
When we
the
sold?
anticipated revenue for the year.
And then the other two that I believe are on the resolution to be put up for sale tonight, they were not included?
They were not, because it's not necessarily at this point in the year, and the fact that these have to be advertised and there's a process involved, there's no guarantee that that revenue will be received in the calendar year 2013. So therefore, if it is received, it'll be unanticipated revenue that then offsets our use of fund balance at the end of the budget year as we do our calculations.
But let me point out that that kind of thing, one-time income, moves these lines up or down by whatever amount. This is what matters to me. It's the slope of the line. And while and Councilman Regan is absolutely correct, you cannot say that in 2017, on June 21st, you will be at X, but you can pretty much say that the slope of this line is going to be reasonably around there. And it's the slope of this, and this is basically a graph of the slope of the line. How quickly is the plane headed down before it hits the ground? And it is the slope of the line that worries me most. So so if we look at that and can extrapolate this out, if we are at $8 million in 2017 at 4%, and we continue at this, we are burning over $3 million a year. That gives us 2 years to fix the problem. I'm not beating up on you. I'm not directing this towards you, but I really am not. This country has screwed up Social Security and Medicare. I'm not going to do this to the town. I'll say it out loud. I am running this year. I don't care. I'm not going to try to put out the lowest tax I can because I'm running this year. I am blind to that. I'm trying to put out as responsible a tax as I can. As the guy that was called the tax guy for many years, it kills me, but I've got to raise taxes because the first thing is to keep the house together, keep the rain from coming in, and then the next thing is to try to cut how much I have to pay to do that. But this is why we have arguments and about hiring someone or not hiring someone, and we made a great decision there. But we pain over every cent that we spend, and I just think responsibly we have to raise these taxes, and I'm saying 5%.
In that vein, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Deputy Mayor Sherman.
There was an article in the paper, I'm sorry I forgot to bring it tonight. Linden, which is the town that I lived in for many years, my business was there, my children went to school there. There was an article about their having to lay off police and fire, and there were 3 things that they had to do, and large numbers of people had to be cut because they were in a budget crisis. And what we're doing is responsible to keep this town whole. So the consequence of not doing something like this, and I'm also running this year, I'm sure I'm going to be grilled by the adult communities, but I believe in this kind of management of our township.
As far as the thing about the revenue, it's been our policy that if we do get one-time revenue, we usually like to do one-time items with it. So it's construction, it's capital projects or such as that. So if we do get it, I hope that's how we stick to our philosophy too. Yes, Councilman Regan.
So at this point, because we do have to give a recommendation to the township manager, so there has been discussion, naturally we can have more, but at this point I'd like to make a motion to go with the proposal based upon what's in the in Schedule A in front of us, which is a 5% increase, and using the fund balance so that it's at 7 million, little over 7 million, $16,049.11.
So move.
I'd like to second.
Okay, now here, a question for, Mr. Vornacher. On that line which says amount to be raised municipal 5%, total 3.95. Would the municipal portion go up 5 or 3.95% on the?
Mayor, just which line? I'm sorry, the amount to be raised without library, under the
Yeah.
at the top of the page?
Or no, near the bottom.
Near the bottom?
It says municipal and all.
Amount to be raised,
5%.
right, yes,
Library negative 6.1.
correct, for a total of 3.95%.
Yeah, so would the effect to the people be 5 or 3.95?
Well, I think that, again, we'll go back to the original discussion that we had as we opened this up, is that the effect of a 5% increase on the amount to be raised by taxes, that's the 5% increase. Last year, we needed $30,613,000 to be raised by taxes outside of the library tax. And this year, we need $32.14 million to be raised by taxes. That's where the 5% lives, in the amount to be raised by taxes. When you apply the assessments to properties, some assessments stayed the same, some went up, some went down. So the amount that is applied, the amount that is felt by that property owner varies to below 5% to above 5%, depending on their assessment. But the average homeowner on the municipal tax portion would feel a 6.32% increase. And that's all the way at the bottom of your Schedule A.
Okay.
Taxes on the average assessed home of $304,000, okay, will go from $1,037.12 to $1,102 in 13, which is a 6.32% overall increase on the municipal portion of the tax bill.
Okay. Now, would that person have, I'm going on that same bottom line, with the library, because they don't care whether it's municipal or library.
Right.
Okay. Would they be going from 1144 to 1204, and they would only feel 5.26?
That's correct.
Okay. So that's, if taxes were even.
Yes.
That would be their increase.
If someone owned the average home in this town, and their assessment hit the average on the money, they would see a 5.26% increase over what they paid in taxes on the municipal portion last year.
Okay. Now, from my perspective, I can see this in my prefaces. I do not have the answer right now. It's, it's increasing taxes. The other part of the equation is you could always cut. We've done that. I'm not advocating anything in this particular case, but that's always part of it. And most of us, and I agree, given what we want, none of us would want this. But all of us see people, I see them coming into my office, the taxes are up, the medical is up, the tuition's up, and every little bit adds up. So I'm not saying I'm not going for it, it just is hurtful to be doing it, that's all.
I second the hurt, absolutely.
Yeah, I third the hurt. I mean, and there was a lot of hurt in the financial oversight to get it to this low. So, certainly if, from one of our many financial oversight committee meetings, if we missed some, areas of cuts you would like to make, I mean, we have time to talk about them now. So if you have something that you want to put out that we somehow didn't take into account in the financial oversight committee meetings, certainly bring it to the table.
I mean, Councilman Regan, we definitely went down the road on everything in the budget, Financial Oversight Committee, so I'm just going to sit in my corner and look for the vote.
Okay, so do we have another segment or anything else we're going to do?
Wasn't there a motion made? In a second?
We have to.
The tax increase is basically the plug figure. This is our budget.
Right.
This
So
is
we
what
have
we're
to
raising
do
it
that
for
so
else.
the township manager can
This the
introduce
empty
it at the
spot.
next meeting.
Mr. Renone reminded me of something. By the way, people were thinking, but I thought there was a 2% tax cap. And we're talking about 5% and all that. As I have said before, that 2%, in my opinion, humble opinion, is a scam by Trenton. I will not talk about what side that did it or whatever. There are so many waivers to it, and we could not survive on that. But if there are limited waivers, and if something happened down the road that said, no, you can't go above that 2% ever, 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 then boy, we better have a big surplus built.
Well, and let's remember, they changed the way, there's no waivers anymore. The only exemptions from the levy cap are pension, health benefits, and a declared emergency. So you had a declared emergency because you had Sandy, and they allowed you to raise that in the year before you had Irene. But what I just said to Councilman Kramer is, your budget hole is filled with your surplus, $7 million of surplus that you use. If the surplus went down and you could only use $5 million, that $2 million, there's no way to raise that. That's the fundamental problem. The only way to raise it is your levy. The only hope would be when that time came that your other revenues would be up to fill it, or your rateable base would expand. That's really the only, and expand not by the value going up or down, expand by more of it being there. So that's the other problem. The problem is that now you have a $2 million hole in the budget, and the only way to fill that now is to cut services. That's the fiscal cliff that's built in with a fixed levy cap.
Yep.
Because the alternative would be, well, we're kicking the can down the road and someday we're going to have a 20% tax increase. Well, you can't.
Right. You cannot. And I certainly agree with our township attorney's assessment of exemptions versus waivers. There are a couple others.
Yes.
Certainly capital is outside the cap.
Well, capital is capital.
But all of that money is included in the bottom line total of what we need to cover with our revenues and our taxes. And so that's why there's not a 2% increase like Councilman Kramer certainly brought to our attention.
So I think we need to decide on,
Can we move forward?
yeah.
With the vote?
So I get the motion
Madam
is
Clerk?
5%?
Yeah, I made the motion, it was seconded, so.
And, yeah.
Okay, now,
Right.
Advisory again.
Yeah,
This is advisory.
Are we discussing anything, because I see road paving, are we going to go into something there, or?
Yeah,
But that's later, that's separate from this. We need
Right.
to give direction to the township manager so he can introduce the, the budget ordinance
I mean,
at the
part of
next
that's
meeting.
the capital which would go into road paving, be it only perhaps 5%, but, 5% of capital.
But this road paving that, I'm sorry,
My suggestion is we vote on this, then we go over
Yeah.
road paving. And if something in road paving makes you say, gee, we better go back to the tax increase again, I would entertain that.
If I can just interject here, and I think that Mr. Raynon already said this once, and I think that's a wonderful idea, that we can move forward with at least a portion of this, because it's advisory. You're giving me, we're trying to cut to the chase here, I think, is the goal. All right? The goal is, when we introduce this budget, it's a budget that you all like, or at least a majority of you like, so that we can get a budget adopted. So if we cut to the chase today, and you give me guidance, I will give you a budget that meets what you have desired here tonight. So I think that's the goal here, so if it's a 5% or whatever it may be. So
We're waiting on Madam Clerk.
Okay, it's, look, here's where I'm coming from on this one also. It's advisory. I'm feeling a little uneasy usurping the manager's authority here. Number two, I may very well vote for this. However, I don't feel that precludes me from suggesting for any other adjustments. Out of fairness, I would tell everyone ahead of time and not hit you at the meeting. So I'll try and communicate that in a sunshine breaking way.
well, we'll certainly have the opportunity at the next Financial Oversight Committee meeting, which will be before the ordinance is voted on and accepted. It may be introduced, but.
So can, I just asked I'm trying to remember, who made the motion?
I did.
Oh.
It was seconded by somebody.
By me, it was seconded.
Okay, so.
Okay, Councilman Vasmella.
Just before we take a vote, would the people who make the motion consider it all the simple inclusion of $225,000 more of the fund balance, whatever that brings it down
That's
percentage-wise.
almost 1% that you're bringing in.
So you're saying use fund balance 225,000 as opposed to increase in the levy? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm asking is if we can add $225,000 of the fund balance, and wherever the percentage falls, it falls. It sounds like it'd be somewhere between 4 and 4.5%, keeping everything else as we have all brought it to this point.
Is that, okay.
So he's making a motion to amend the motion.
Well, okay, I'll formally do that. I was kind of throwing a courtesy to the people who made it, but that's fine. I mean, either way, it's the same thing. We can move on as quick as possible.
Okay, and just so I understand, it's to take an additional 225,000 out of fund balance or surplus,
Which,
call it colloquially,
which
and-
would include, just want to make sure, Mayor, I'm on the right page with our manager and our attorney, that fund balance would include, I think how they put it, unexpected, as far as an additional liquor license or something like that going into the kitty of the fund balance.
Okay, I'm just saying it so I understand. Take 225,000 out of the fund balance and reduce the levy by 225? I mean,
Yes, yes, Mayor, that's it. Reduce the levy, which in turn would, my understanding, would proportionally reduce the percentage increase.
Right,
Okay.
but what it would do, however, fundamentally is, really what you're talking about is lowering, you have a motion for a 5%, it's really lowering it to something
4.25.
4.25%. So
Yeah.
it really, it's not, yeah, that.
Yeah, well, I don't know the exact percentage, that's why I
That's
didn't
what
want to
it
say
is.
the percentage
So
and
he's
mislead
made a motion,
anybody.
is anyone seconding?
It's
the motion?
$225,000 adjustment.
Is anyone seconding the motion to reduce the tax increase to 4.25?
Yeah, I'll second it. If there's no discussion.
Well, I just want to be clear, it is 2.25. I don't know the math.
That's the
It works out to 4.25. It's
Tha-
about
thank-
$300,000 per percent.
Okay, thank you, Phil.
I call for the question.
Okay, Madam Clerk,
So wait, make everyone understand. This is amending it to 4.25 instead of 5%. A no puts us back at 5%. We still need a vote for the 5%.
Correct.
okay, so this, a yes vote means yes, take 225 out of surplus, is that it, Councilman Vasanella?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, versus increase by levy. A no vote means go back to what was originally proposed, and then we'll vote on that. Okay, so we're clear?
Yes.
Ms. McCarthy, please poll the council on the amendment.
Councilman Chase,
Yes.
Councilwoman Francois,
No.
Councilman Kramer,
No.
Mayor Levine,
Yes.
Councilman Regan,
No.
Deputy Mayor Sherman,
No.
Councilman Vasanella.
Yes.
Councilman Wright.
No.
Okay, you've got, you have 3 to 4, Ms. McCarthy?
I got 5 and 3.
3 to
5
5?
noes.
Okay, 3 to 5, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
3 to 5, okay. So that fails. So now it goes back to
5%.
the original motion of,
5%.
what was here, 5%.
Correct. So a yes
Okay,
then
so-
would be 5% now.
Right.
Correct.
Okay, so Ms. McCarthy, please poll the council on that, 5%.
Councilman Chase,
Yeah.
Councilwoman Francois.
Yes.
Councilman Kramer.
Yes.
Mayor Levine,
I'm going to vote no.
Councilman Regan,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Sherman,
Yes.
Councilman Vasanella.
I'm going to abstain for the moment.
Councilman Wright.
No. I mean, yes. Yes.
Okay, yes. Do it.
6,
Councilman,
1, and 1.
okay, Councilman Vasanella, are we going back to you, or that's it?
You abstain.
No, he
6,
abstained.
1, and
That's
1.
fine, Mayor, forget
Because
it.
you said for now. Okay.
Yes,
Okay, so
yes,
the
I
vote is
misstated.
Abstain for a minute
consensus
and
of the
come
council
back.
to send to our manager, Mr. Vornlocker. Okay.
Abstain, yeah.
So, that was done. All right, is there any more on this municipal budget wrap-up
Yeah,
item?
Yeah, it gets,
Conflict. Oh, go ahead.
It gets complicated now.
It gets worse. Okay, so now we have to talk about road paving and how that's going to fit in the budget. Never mind. I'm going to do what I'm going to not do what they do in Washington, and I'm just going to move on here. Road paving. Yay. So we need to discuss road paving. So facts to know about road paving. Fun road paving facts. The life of a road averages 20 years. We took a survey in 2009, and then we updated that survey simply by the recent, did I spell recent
Yeah, you
wrong?
did.
Sorry. I'm dyslexic. I really am dyslexic, and it comes out. Right. So the updated by recent road paving. So in other words, we take the 2009 survey and it says Kramer Road needs to be repaved, but we did repave it. So then we just we just update the survey for that. But all the data on how old the road is still based in 2009, so 4 years ago. So the roads in that survey were rated for 1 to 5, and without getting into the technical aspects of it, 1 is best, 5 is worst. 1 is a perfect road, you just paved it 10 minutes ago, it's lovely. 4 means it needs paving now, and 5 is the condition of the road may require more than an overlay. So in other words, there's divots and things in there that may require more than just laying some asphalt on the, down to pave it. Okay, so.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think you want to listen to this.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Because otherwise you're going to say something silly. Not that I'm not about to. So the question is, how much should we pave each year? How much should we pave each year? How do we decide that? And how much paving is there? And again, in the past, when I sat out there in the cheap seats or up here, there was always let's do this, let's do 2 million, 2.5 million, this is what feels right. And we really had no data. So I tried to find out some data. And what I did was I asked the manager to ask the engineer, if we were to pave every road we had right now, how much would that cost? And you need that information. I'm not asking you now, I already asked you. So you jump. I need that information because without that information and the fact that it lasts 20 years, how could I possibly decide how much to pay each year to pave roads? So when I got the final answer, and there was some iterations to this, believe it or not, it wasn't just sitting there. A lot of work had to be done to get this. We have to pave every road in town that we pave is $45,700.
45 million.
45 million, yeah, if only. $45,700,000 to pave every road in town. So if you were to do that at $2.5 million a year, it would take 18 years. If you were to do it at just in time of 20, so in other words, it would take you want to make it take 20 years, you would pave at $2.285 million a year. Paving at what had been suggested in the past, $2 million a year, would take you 23 years to pave all the roads, and the roads only last 20 years. So in my mind, that column is out. We right now have Condition 5 roads. Those are roads that if are not paved right now, they will start costing more to pave, of $20 million. At even $2.5 million a year, it will take 8 years to get to all of the roads that should have been paved 4 years ago. At the just-in-time paving rate, it'll take 9 years. I'm not even going to do the $2 million a year. Then the Condition 4 roads that should have been paved now would take 2 years to pave, but it's going to be 8 years before you get to them. Remember, the life of a road is 20 years, so that's almost half the life of a road of the roads to get to roads that you're just paying, that need to be paved right now. So to do all the 4 and 5 year condition 4 and 5 roads, all of them at $2.5 million a year would take 10 years. 10 years to pave every road that we should be paving right now, $24 million, 10 years. If we do, it'll be 11 years at the 2.285. Condition 3 roads, I'm not going to define, that's somewhere between obviously the 4 and the 1. Another 2.3 million. Condition 2 roads, there aren't many of them, so 900,000. And then condition 1 roads, 18 million of them. But remember, condition 1 roads, some of those, these were condition 1 in 2009. Some of them haven't been paved since 2005. So they're 8 years old, almost halfway into their life. They're probably not condition 1 anymore, but there's another 7 years to pave those. So again, maybe it's judgmental of me, but I'm not considering the $2 million a year because it takes longer to pave all the roads than they will last. So this is, what is this? Oh, this is the amount that it will cost if we bond for the roads at each year. So at year 1, if we bond for the roads, because if we're going to pave $2.5 million worth of roads, it's like a mortgage. You don't pay for your whole house the first year. You pay a certain principal and a certain interest. So if you look at each year how much you are going to pay, the first year you're just paying for that first year. The next year you're paying for the first year and the second year. The third year you're paying for all 3 years. So it obviously goes up. So the blue line on top is $2.5 million a year, and the red line is the $2.285 million a year. And granted, I'm going to say that because at $2.5 million a year, it takes 18 years to pave the roads. So for 2 years, we won't have to pave the roads. That's why it comes down. Well, that's not really going to happen. There's going to be some roads that need to be paved then. But just to run through the math and give you some kind of picture of what's going on, that's why you get a drop in the blue line for 2 years, is because you're not paving any roads. So you're losing those payments of that first year. You're not paying them. The red line keeps going up until 20 years, and now you are paying a flat rate every year. But notice, 2.85 million, you're paying over, with both of these, you're paying over $3 million a year to pave $2.285 million of roads, because you're paying all that interest in there. Therefore, I make the statement, the opinion, this is my opinion, we should never bond for roads because in the long run it costs more. Why? Because if we bond, we pay every year. The first year we pay to get to pave a lot, we get to pave a lot and pay a little, but in the long run, because of interest, you pay much more. Does everyone understand that, or do I need to? Okay, I'm not going to go through that explanation. Good, thank you. So we're kind of hooked. We're kind of like hooked on cigarettes here. We've already been bonding, so now to just go out and start paying would be so incredibly painful. To pay $2.5 million a year or $2.28 million a year would just be incredibly painful. But I would like to think of the future and get out from under the bonding every year. Bonding can be a good thing if you're paying for a building which you bond for once, but bonding for a reoccurring expense that happens all the time, I think is a problem. So this very complicated graph tries to show a plan of how to get out of that. There's 3 lines on the graph. The bottom red line is cash. How much cash would we be paying each year under this plan? The blue line is the debt service, basically the interest we are paying every year, or what we are interested in principal, but what we are required to pay every year if we bond in the formula I'm about to tell you. And then the orange line is how much total. It's just the sum of these 2 lines every year. And what I am proposing is that if we were to bond at $2 million a year, not for 20 years, the life of the road, but for 15 years, and starting right now, pay in cash $500,000 a year, then we can eventually get out of this. Now, the negatives of that is it's going to be very painful, and the payback doesn't come until, I'll tell you the conclusion at the end, for 33 years. The final payback doesn't come for 33 years. So this is the same kind of thing. Boy, do I wish in the 1960s or 1970s they'd thought about this with Social Security, and people now wouldn't be worried about if it was going away. You know, 30 years in the future is a long, long time. 30 years ago doesn't seem that far ago. So this is the plan. I'll walk you through it very carefully. Things go up and up and up until 15 years. Then because it's a 15-year bond, we stop increasing because every year you're picking up more bonding, but you're losing that bonding from the beginning. So your debt service remains the same. You go out to 18 years when you now no longer have to pave roads for 2 years. So your debt service actually starts to drop. Your cash starts to drop. The debt service and cash together drop. And now I put in a formula of when we start paving again, let's use that extra money that we were spending but are no longer spending in paying for that bond and roll that back into the roads. So now we can have extra money, as if there is anything as extra money, but money that we were used to paying out, we now divert into our cash. And over the years, we start paying out more cash, we start borrowing less, and finally, at 33 years, we no longer are bonding for roads, and we are now paying we are now paving at $2.5 million a year, as opposed to if we went back, we're paying for 20 years on at somewhere over $3 million a year. So this graph compares those three graphs. And this is the just-in-time paving in red, which goes above the blue line. The blue line is paving at $2.5 million a year. And the orange line is this painful but eventually healing scheme of paying extra now and then eventually paying out $2.5 million a year. So if we now look at, this is a graph of the cumulative values. So we add up how much did we spend this year, we add it to the next year, we add it to the next year. So at 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, you can see we're talking about hundreds of, at 40 years, we've paid out $100 million. What you see is until at 30 years, the lines start to cross, and then out 60 years, granted none of us are around except Mr. Chase, we're paying substantially less than we would have doing that. This is just a close-up of that, showing the lines crossing at 30 years and at 40 years.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Mr. Reno?
What's the effect of the cost of asphalt?
So all of this is at now, absolutely, that's a terrific
Because
thing.
if the cost of asphalt doubles,
Right,
yes,
absolutely.
then the numbers go the other way, right?
But if the bond rate goes up, then, and it will, I think it's unreasonable to think we're at historically low prices, then bonding early is better than bonding later. You're right, this is absolutely right. This is a now cost, now rate analysis.
Yeah,
So,
except that, let's talk about the cost of interest. The cost of interest, if it went up to 8%, which would be quadruple what the interest cost is now, maybe more than that. But that's not the point of it. The point of it is that the price of asphalt could double, which means your interest cost would be higher. But, and I think the whole purpose, the whole theory of bonding now is that we can do it cheaper now. It's like bonding now to buy property because it's going to be more expensive if we tried to buy it 20 years from now.
All right.
I think.
Councilman
Bill?
Regan?
Councilman Kramer. So, yeah, so two, Councilman Kramer presentation here drives home a major point that was not clear to me. And in fact, it was disheartening when it came, is that one major point is we really have to allocate 2.5 million a year for roads, right? So I thought that we would be eventually getting away with like $1 million or 600,000. So wrong, right? Can't do it.
Right.
This is clear, hard data to show that was some sort of dream, just not doable, all right? And we could talk, and why this is important, he can take you through, and it now just becomes numbers. So if anybody here, Mr. Mayor or anybody other council person believes that that's not true, I mean, the data, the numbers actually show we have to at least do that. Having said that, yes, we know it's 2.5 in today's, given the price of asphalt and everything else, because we did talk about this at the meeting, that's going to go up, it's going to change, but ultimately, we're talking in today's terms, to cover the roads, it's 2.5. The other thing is important here, is that Mr. Kramer's, Councilman Kramer's point that's important is, we want to get to the point back to where we're paying cash for our roads. And we have a plan to phase that in, being able to do that in 5 years, starting where his charts actually show the effect over all the bonding that we've already done and the future bonding. But again, the primary point he's trying to get at is, hey, we really need to get back to where we start paying cash. We start that with allocating $500,000 now, and over then the next 4 years, we get to a point where we actually have 2.5 allocated to pay for the roads every year in cash. So those are the two hard points. All the issues about, yes, what the return on interest is, or the bond rate, and what the cost, those are things that could affect, and my 80-20 rule comes into effect here, is like, that's so far out, we won't all be here. But this is the right, it's not, this is hitting the mark for the point, driving home the point, those 2 points that he had made.
And it's going to be a moving target. Things will change. Someone could invent something tomorrow that you
Well-
mix in asphalt and the road lasts twice as long,
The-
and that changes things. But until that happens, then I don't think we should plan on that happening. When it happens, great, we're in a new position. But to plan for that, I think is not the wisest thing, in my opinion. There's some things we really need to do. We need to get real predictions on the road paving. Saying 20 years per road just is not really the right thing. I know I've lived here 15 years. Canal Road is going to be paved for the second time since I've been here. So what I have asked the manager to ask the clerk, although I could have asked the clerk directly, was because unfortunately engineering, I asked engineering, well, what is our history of road paving? When was JFK paved last? They don't know. But she knows, our smart master clerk, because she has the minutes from meetings, and she knows when we passed ordinances to pave roads. So I have asked that she go back for a reasonable, 20 years I think she's going back, and we can start getting a history on road paving. Things, yes, I know things will change. There's a lot more traffic now than 20 years ago. You put in a new road, and traffic changes in another road, but it's better data than we have now. And then we obviously need to redo the roads survey. And then my last slide, not my last slide, my last slide. I just wanted to thank engineering. This was a lot of work. They had a lot to do. It's unfortunate they had a lot to do, and we're now initiating things so that they will keep records on this so that it won't be a lot to do in the future. And I'd also like to thank Mr. Vornlocker for working with me on this, and not just like doing what I said, but discussing it with me and coming up with ideas, and actually realizing that the prices in the 2009 survey were the 2009 prices, and boy, was it a shocker when we adjusted those prices.
And Mr. Rainone, the price went up a little bit. It did.
Who'd have believed? And then Mr. Hodgelick, our accountant, always there on the ready, literally there throughout the weekend when I texted him, and he'd call me and said, okay, what do you want? Let's talk. And so he was very nice. So I'd like to thank those people.
Okay, it's a good analysis. Obviously, the roads in 1980 are different than the roads In 2013, a lot changes. Okay, you're holding steady the time value of money and all of that. Here comes down to, it's very good analysis to me, and I haven't gone through all the numbers. I'm a municipality. We're talking about raising the taxes. When Johnson & Johnson has to get something done, they tell their people, this is what we're doing, and that's it. When a small dentist has to cut back because there's problems or insurance isn't reimbursing him, he or she has to figure out what to do. My reaction at this point is the paving is still too much. I would want to pull it back because I got to cut somewhere. I can't keep saying, okay, increase a little bit. There's something has to give. And the roads have survived. They've done well. I think they will continue to do well. I don't think anyone's going to fall in a pothole 80 feet deep. Hopefully not. And so my bent is that things such as the road paving or even the sidewalks may have to wait for a future time. And it was back in the 1990s, I agree, where I started saying road paving should probably stand on its own each year since it reoccurs by itself, unlike, a building and those other things. That's it.
You just said two things.
Pardon me?
You just said two different things. You said we should have been paving for the roads with cash every year, but let's not spend the money to pave.
Oh, whatever we were paving, advocating, it would have been good to have if our paving was 100,000, it's best to have 100,000.
At least I understand what you're saying.
Okay, pardon me. Councilman Chase?
Well, I'd just like to comment, having through several years on the Public Works Committee, being given by the township engineer a list of what Public Works staff consider to be the roads most in need of paving, and then figuring, well, $2.5 million a year, partly because we're catching up from some years of not paving at all. I think at the beginning it was, well, actually the first year it was only $500,000 we were going to spend, and Councilwoman Sherman and I felt that we would have liked to pave more, but by this year, getting down to essentially filling out the 2.5 million, yeah, we were getting down to some roads that probably didn't need to be paved this year. They were in our maybe category, including, in fact, the stretches of Canal Road, which Councilman Kramer says were done 7 or 8 years ago. I do agree, well, the general principle, yes, we should be paying for whatever road paving we do each year, and that we need now hard data on just how often do roads need to be repaved, and bear in mind that different roads should need it at different frequencies, depending mainly on the amount of traffic they get. The township engineer has given us a couple of roads that, yeah, they're long enough to have one driveway off them. They don't get a lot of traffic. Probably for that reason haven't been repaved for a very long time. But I look forward to data on how long it has actually been since our roads were repaved. And the final comment I'd make is driving around some neighboring communities, in particularly Edison, the roads are in far worse shape than ours are. You try going to the headquarters of the Middlesex Water Company on Fairview Avenue, which is, although it's sort of west of Highland Park, it's actually in Edison. It was terrible. It was slaloming among the potholes. it was worse than any road I've seen in Franklin Township. Our roads are really in relatively good shape compared to a lot of towns, I think.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Vornlocker?
If I could just comment on some of the things that were said here as far as the roads are concerned. Number one, what Councilman Kramer did had not been done before. It was actually a kind of a unique undertaking, and I certainly agree that there was a lot of give and take between the two of us as he kind of developed the whole thing with what was really just some raw data that came from the engineering department from the 09 survey. So what you see here and what it came out of, it would be very difficult to kind of get your hand on this one, your hand around it. It was not as simple as just kind of sorting some data in a spreadsheet. There was a lot of thought given to this, and it was not done before, so it is a very useful tool for the future. And what it's enabled us to do is kind of take the newest survey, which will be done in the spring and summer of this year, by the engineering department, and now we're looking at a lot more things than maybe we were looking at maybe a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, and we've already expanded the whole thought process on what data we'll gather, so that from a historical perspective, as we move forward, we'll be able to look back and say this is where we were at this snapshot in time. We don't have that ability, like the councilman said. Hopefully we'll be able to recreate some of it with Anne Marie's data. So that's where we go from here. But some of the things that were just raised by some council people, it's not as if I wish to correct. I just wish that this is a topic that I have some knowledge on. I've been involved in road paving for about 13, 14 years now. One of the things that we have to take into consideration when we consider funding these roads is the fact that, like Councilman Kramer said, we have a long list of 5-grade roads, okay, the worst grading that we have. Those roads will not cost the same amount of money to pave as a grade 4 road, which in our grading system means it needs to be paved now, all right? The 4s are the ones that need to be paved now. The 5s are the ones that are being given to the Public Works Department right now because those are the worst that we have. Those are the ones where there's a very good likelihood that the base has been compromised because it has broken apart to the point that it now has to be reclaimed and reconstructed, which means in layman's terms, mill and pave. Not only do we can't overlay it anymore because the base is not substantial enough to just overlay it. We have to take out the old and completely reconstruct it. That costs a lot more money than a standard overlay. We don't want to have 5s. We want to get rid of all those 5s. We should never, and so to fund the annual overlay project means we want to get to a point where that's all we do is an overlay. And as far as what Dr. Chase said, as far as traffic, the amount of traffic on a road, yes, that impacts its useful life. But more importantly, the amount of truck traffic on a road affects its useful life. And I'll use for you an example everyone should understand. For the most part, the New Jersey Turnpike allows trucks on every lane except for where it splits into cars and trucks. And you'll notice that the truck side of the highway gets paved more often than the cars only side. Likewise, the Garden State Parkway, for most of its length, doesn't allow trucks at all. And the Garden State Parkway very, very rarely needs to be paved because cars don't do damage to roads. Trucks do. So look at your roads that have truck traffic, municipal roads like Clyde Road, JFK Boulevard. Those are the roads that will need to be paved more often than every 20 years. The roads, whether they're long roads or short roads that carry primarily car traffic, will need to be paved less often. Those are the things that the engineering department with historical data will be able to figure out so that we can fine tune what the councilman did here. But this is the reality. The reality is it's at least $2.5 million to do this every year.
Yeah,
That's it.
If I can, I think Councilman Regan
Kramer.
said, sorry, I'll be very quick, said it succinctly. That was a plan, or part of that was a plan if we want to get unaddicted to interest. It's a painful plan, and while I'd like, it would be nice if everyone just paid off their mortgage right now, maybe they can't afford it, and maybe we can't afford that. But I wanted to present a plan, or at least let people know how to do it. I do think what I am, I agree with Councilman Regan. What I am saying is, I can't see going under $2.5 million a year. It just doesn't work. We will never catch up.
Mayor,
Councilman Vasanella?
so does the $500,000 kick in of, to 2.5 of township cash on hand, is that calculated into the present budget that we just reviewed?
No, it's not.
Okay, not a problem, I just want clarity, because, so then we're looking at next year, the financial oversight, this is a question, I guess, for Councilman Kramer, and especially for your FO people. It's the $500,000 approach, which I'm feeling it out, and I don't know where I stand on it, but that's something you'd be looking at putting into next year's budget, budgetary.
Or the thought was, instead of bonding for $2.5 million this year, we bond for $2 million this year, and we take the $500,000 out of fund balance, so we bleed that down. And then from there on, it wouldn't come out of fund balance. Again, that was a pie in the sky. If you want to get out of this, this is how to get out of it.
First of all, I commend your work here. I didn't do anything quite as sophisticated, but if you look back at the tapes of 06, I was saying the same exact thing, and the numbers weren't even as bad. Now they're worse. So quick reference here, weather, I didn't hear that mentioned, but weather definitely affects the roads, obviously. On the plus side, I'd like to think that our pothole and overall crack repair approach, where we've got more equipment, may help in certain roads to keep them decent but prolong the life of them. So that is a plus. Now, the original study was done 04, redone 09. I thought it was being done in 14. I thought it was every 5 years. I advocated being done this year, though. So when we redo that study, the booklet, can we then put in there, when each road is listed, we could put in there the last date it was, for simplicity, we could just put in that new report, the date the last time it was done. Although that really isn't going to make a big, it is good for reference, but it's not going to make a big difference. The current rating is going to be the current rating, whether it was done 5 years ago or 25 years ago. But it is good to be able to get a better understanding of longevity of how long they can last. But for now, is there anything that you're asking us or we're supposed to decide on, Mr. Vornlacher, right now?
Well, I certainly think that what the councilman suggested and what the other councilman suggested is that perhaps that even in this year's budget, our utilization of fund balance was about, in this proposed budget, is about $500,000 less than the amount of fund balance that we used in calendar year 12. The thought is we could certainly use $500,000 of fund balance more than what's proposed here, basically utilize the same amount of fund balance in the balancing of the budget that was used in 2012 and fund $500,000 of the $2.5 million in cash and bond the $2 million to lower our debt at least somewhat.
And bond at 15 instead of 20 years.
And bond at 15 instead of 20.
Is that a decision we're being asked to make right now?
Well, it's again, I don't need a show of hands and I don't need a vote. I mean, if my feeling is that that's what this council would prefer to see over what we currently have in front of us, I will make the adjustment to the budget and we'll make that recommendation.
Then my opinion is, we didn't plan for this.
Mm-hmm.
I would suggest that next year we find ways to cut the budget to allow for this and not continue to draw down, we're not going to draw down the surplus every year by 500,000 for this, am I correct?
Correct. No, that's correct. I
It
mean,
was only
it's-
for this year that you were going to bring down it. And again, it's admirable. Phil did an amazing job, and we are all very grateful for what he did. I personally would not like to bring down the fund budget. I'd rather wait for another year and find a way to work it out in the budget.
And we can certainly do that as
Councilman
well.
Wright, did you want to speak?
I live 2 blocks from Franklin Boulevard, and until 2 months ago, I thought it was a township road. Mr. Mayor, I talked to you about that. Now, when you drive up from Eastern Avenue, you get beat up all the way to Hamilton Street, okay? There's no question about that. Then we talked about JFK, the township manager, and you get beat up all the way from Eastern Avenue to Hamilton Street. Now, I drive my car. I'm a pretty good driver, but pretty soon those cars out there are going to get beat up. And then they're going to come to us and say, why don't you fix the road? And then we're going to say, well, we were watching the fund balance, which is admirable. You're absolutely right. And we put off paving for another 2 years. Now, all those roads that we put off are just going to get worse. Then we're going to come back and we're going to say, well, now we need to pave them, but instead of that small money, we're going to pay big money. As the township manager said, we've got to strip it down to the base and repave it. Now, I live on Fuller Street, and we haven't been paved in 23 years because no one comes down my block. So it's 23 years, we haven't been paved, and the road looks good, except when it runs off on the side, mind you. And I think everyone else in this township would say, you know what? My road needs to be paved, but we can't do it. And I understand Councilwoman Sherman's point of view about waiting to see how things happen. But at the same time, it's another year that we didn't pave.
We're not paving. We're just bonding versus putting out cash, that's all.
I stand corrected.
Councilman Chase?
He just said he understood. He just said he stands corrected.
I'd just like to inform Councilman Wright with respect to JFK, from Eastern Avenue up to Webster Street was already approved for repaving last year. It won't happen until this summer because they want to do it after school is out, because we couldn't begin a given year's paving program until, say, October of that year, just because the budget cycle. And then from Webster to Renfro, the Public Works Committee has already recommended that for the next cycle of paving. So, we're not quite as far behind. We do know that that stretch is particularly bad and needs to be done. That was in the definite class, not the maybe class. But I think you've given us a datum about one road at Fuller Street, 23 years, and it still doesn't need to be repaved. And what I'm hoping is that when we get real data, we'll find that at least a substantial fraction of the roads need repaving at more than a 20-year period of time, which will cut down the amount. Unfortunately, a great many of the roads which take the heaviest traffic, particularly the truck traffic, are county roads, and it becomes the county's responsibility. And sometimes the county doesn't keep up as well as we're doing. I'm already learning certain persistent potholes on Route 27 to avoid, and the state is probably even worse. That said, I want to congratulate Councilman Kramer because for a politician, if for the moment I may characterize us as politicians,
Public servant.
to actually plan 50 years in the future is almost unprecedented and very much to be congratulated.
Okay,
Just one more thing.
Councilman Wright.
Being that Franklin Boulevard is a county road, I did talk to our freeholder that lives in this town about Franklin Boulevard, and he would see if he can get our road in the budget, whether it was patching or just overlaying. And I talked to the mayor about that, who offered to go down and help, because Franklin Boulevard needs to be done, and it's a county road. So I'd love everyone here if y'all could, come on down and patch it or pave it, but it's a county road, and I got to wait for the county to come down and take care of business.
Okay, I'm going to weigh in now. And yeah, I do not know roads, I do not know engineering, I do not know code enforcement, any of those specifically. I do not know how to do water or fix pipes or community resources or any of those things.
No.
But what I do know is finance. And look, I usually don't like to say these things, but there's certain things I can't afford. I was director of financial planning of a 500 corporation that was having trouble, and you had to look at a lot of things and cut back things you didn't like and that were impossible. I work with clients all the time. I have engineers, I have lawyers, I have auto mechanics. I don't know which end of the wrench to use if I were under or over a car, but I do know I've got to tell them, this isn't working, your finances are not good, you got to cut back on something. And when they tell me, I've got to have everything I need, I can't cut back, I can't increase my revenue, then I said, well, go take an application at the unemployment line, because that's where you're going to be. So that's where I'm coming from, the big picture. There's a lot of things I need. I want more police. I would like more people in human resources. I think code enforcement and water could use more people, but there's certain things I can't afford. I'd like to sweep the streets more often than we do. I'd like to put on more recreation for everyone. But there's certain things you can't afford, and that's where I'm coming from.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Regan.
So I do appreciate those thoughts, and, but, unfortunately, actually, you're one of the 4 members that sit on the Financial Oversight Committee that actually has to make the decisions. So we can't, unless we're telling ourselves that we need to go on the unemployment line, ultimately, the rubber meets the road with members of the Financial Oversight Committee. Now, naturally, council as a whole has to have input, and, they can override or not go along with our recommendation. But what we can't do as a member of a Financial Oversight Committee is say, I don't know, you guys figure it out. Because then we're not doing our role and our job as members of the Financial Oversight Committee. So we're as a committee, so if you really are in a position after all these times that we've been in financial oversight, that, you're concerned about that, then we need to address that and give direction to our peers that goes more than, if you can't figure it out, go on the unemployment line, because that is just not being accountable.
Okay, I'll be clear. I was speaking specifically about roads and paving. And then we did have this one issue of extra employee, which was here. I'm speaking about roads in particular, not other items. But you're right. That's the place where it has to be brought up.
So what are you proposing?
I'm proposing we pave less.
How much less? What are you proposing? We need a number.
I would like $1 million. I'd live with $1.5 million.
So $1.5 million when paving at $2 million a year, we will not be able to pave all the roads within the useful life of the roads. I mean, I can understand not paving 1 year, maybe not paving 2 years, maybe not paving 3 years. But, and I'm not saying now, we've already done that.
We did.
Yeah, we've been there, done that. But you can only do that so long, and then the infrastructure crumbles. I am thrilled that you were the director of finance for a Fortune 500 company. Well, I was an operator in a Fortune 1 company, the United States Air Force. And we had equipment that people's lives depended on, that a country depended on, and that equipment had to be maintained. And you could let it go for a year, you could let it go for a 2-year, but then you had to invest in it. So money is one side of the equation. The other side of the equation is the effect it has on people. One of the reasons last year, and I wasn't talking about it then, one of the reasons last year that I voted to pave as we did is because I sat in the back of a police cruiser for several rides as we went over streets time and time again, and I'm bouncing around and getting seasick from it. So much for being a B-52 pilot. And what I'm thinking is, my police officers are getting fatigued, and this car is being beat to badness. And that costs us money. That means it's costing the citizens money, and it costs the town money in the long run. A million, I just, I thought you were going to argue for the 2.285, because there we are paving at the rate that we are using up the road. But to pave at anything less than that is a recipe for disaster. It's pay me now or pay me later. Eventually these roads, which are already falling apart, we have several roads that we have $20 million worth of roads that need to be paved right now. I don't understand how you're saying 20 years to pave the roads that need to be paved right now. That means every other road in town will go 20 years before we can even think about paving it at $1 million a year. I mean, it's nice to save money, but you lose. Part of the reason why the rich stay rich is because they can invest the money so that they don't have to overpay. Part of the reason why the poor get poorer is because they have to pay things like to cash a check, because they can't invest enough to have a bank account. We are not that poor that we have to put ourselves in that position. We need to save money, we need to be diligent to save money, but we are wasting money if we are not at least paving at the consumption rate.
Okay, and just, I don't want to go in because I don't think anyone wants to hear us go back and forth. Not that I disapprove or think there's anything wrong. I have to absorb and accept that analysis, and I have to feel what's going on.
And you'll recall,
Councilman Chess.
I did, and I'm not
No.
not beating you up. I tried to talk to you over the weekend so that you would have some time to do that.
You did. You reached out.
Right.
I didn't know what the issue was. That wasn't it, but
Right.
for other reasons.
No, I understand, and maybe
I'll take you up on that.
maybe we'll talk about it this coming week and we'll figure it out.
Councilman Chase,
Well,
and then Councilman Regan.
I think what the mayor has been saving is either you have to cut somewhere, either you have to cut the paving or cut elsewhere or raise your income. I'm looking forward to, Councilman Kramer has produced a fine model for thinking about what we have to do with roads. Now we need that further data. If we can determine actual data of how often our roads do need to be repaved, and almost road by road, we should have a much better model of how much we have to pave each year. I am hoping, at this point it is only a hope, that when we get that real data, we will be able to cut that figure down some. But the model for moving towards paying it out of regular income rather than bonding is certainly a model we should aim for.
Yeah, and
However, however much we have to do and however we do it, it is possible that when we have all of the facts, we'll have to look at cutting something else from the township budget, although I know that Councilman Kramer has been looking hard for the last 3 years and we have pretty much cut as much as we have. There's a few possibilities of transferring things to the county, but there's no free lunch. It's unlikely that the county will take those without exacting a charge from us, as it did for the health department. If there are services have to be paid for somehow. Well, enough. More data needed. Scientists always say that.
Yes, I think on that theme, I think, the presentation was good. There isn't a hard decision we have to make tonight. The 2.5 that we allocated for the road paving this year is actually part of the budget, so the point of whether we start to shift some cash from general fund, again, we can have that, we can revisit that if we would like to at the next meeting. I propose that, there's been a fair amount of discussion on this, healthy discussion back and forth, that we kind of move on, as no decision really needs to be made here.
Yeah, and I agree. This is, I gave a plan. It's, as Councilman Chase said, a 50-year plan. It can wait a year.
Well, thank you, though, for what
So, Mayor,
you did a service.
could we take, I guess, the template or the approach Councilman Kramer put together, and in line with what Dr. Chase just said, could we have Public Works maybe separate from our regular meeting, schedule a meeting that we can just delve into this, because it's obviously going to take a few more approaches to get all this stuff tweaked out. And then, I don't know if it's practical, if Councilman Kramer or manager ever entertained the idea, but I'm curious, with the amount of road repaving we're doing and are going to need to do, is it ever feasible to look at doing some of it in-house? I know the equipment's very expensive. We don't have to answer that now, but...
Don't talk to me.
Okay, it sounds like it's not even a consideration. But the rest of it...
I can answer it, and it's just that you're absolutely right. I think you hit the nail on the head. The investment in equipment would be so great at this point, and manpower and at levels that it is.
So Public Works will pick up on this? Is that the idea then going forward? Councilman Kramer? We're going to, Public Works Committee will go on to the next steps and come back to council with a report that takes in consideration your proposal.
Actually, you can do that, but I was having financial oversight, collect all that data and come up with a financial model, and Public Works can look at it too. That's fine.
Okay, is that it? We can go on to item
Yes.
11C.
Let's not discuss
Item 2 on the agenda.
And item 11C is...
Now we get to the really difficult item.
Franklin Park Fire Company polling location expenses.
Let's
As, due to Superstorm Sandy, we had to rearrange some polling locations. Franklin Park Fire Company was asked to be part of it. They had sent us a letter talking about some damages there, and financial oversight discussed a little bit about that. So who's going to pick up the analysis here?
I think either Anne Marie or I can do it, so if you'd like me to just go through it, I don't mind.
Okay, Mr. Bornlocker?
Well, like the mayor said, as a result of the hurricane, we were left without one of our polling locations. I believe it's actually 5 voting districts that needed to be put in a location that had power that ordinarily would be at Consolata. Our clerk approached at the last minute Franklin Park Firehouse, who agreed to do it. As a result of the voting at the firehouse, the township was presented with a request by the fire company to reimburse them for work that needed to be done at the firehouse and the surrounding grounds. that they felt was work that would not have had to have been done otherwise and was a direct result of the voters at the polling location. In your agenda, there is a bill for $120 for Family Made Cleaning Service Company for what is referred to in the invoice as the January cleaning. I just draw to the attention of council the fact that Election Day was in November, the beginning of November, as it always is. And this is for a January cleaning. I don't know if this is a monthly bill or if this is something that was done in January as a result of the problems that were caused in the beginning of November. But the invoice date here is January 8th. The second invoice is dated March 16th, which is right around the time we asked the fire company for invoices, and that was to fix the damaged lawn, smooth ruts, and add topsoil, thatch, and aerate and seed where cars apparently drove on the fire company's lawn. And that bill is for, that invoice, that estimate is for $475 to make those repairs. So I would assume that those repairs have not been made yet. And then the next one is for mini blinds. I'm assuming that were damaged at $20 a piece, 2 mini blinds for $40 total. And then there are 2 invoices for stripping and refinishing their meeting room floor, 980 square feet. One bill for $241, and if I can get my cursor here, one bill for $241 and one bill for $35. So a total of $176. If I added right, I'm sorry, $276 to strip and finish the floors. I did have some discussion with some members of council offline, and one of the things that as I looked at this, I certainly felt that our Public Works Department is capable of fixing a damaged lawn and smoothing ruts and adding topsoil, thatch, and aerate and seed. So the $475 to fix that, which is the bulk, I think, of the total here, I feel comfortable approaching the fire company at this point and saying I'll have, as the spring thaw finally comes about with the weather we've had recently, that we can send Public Works down to make those repairs. And I think that would, I'm certain, satisfy the fire company as far as that's concerned. But as far as these other costs, financial oversight heard this. It was their opinion that this was not something that the township should pay for. This was a national election and under the control of the County Board of Elections. It was referred to the County Board of Elections because financial oversight said that we should not be paying this bill. It was kicked back to the fire company by County Board of Elections, and they indicated that they are only responsible for any physical injury. They're not responsible for property damage liability, and that they were not going to pay the bill. It was suggested by several council members that this be a discussion item, so here we are. You have it in a nutshell, a big nutshell.
Ms. McCarthy, did you have anything extra? You're fine. Go. Okay.
I got it.
I got it all.
Good.
Okay.
So the only, Mayor?
Councilman
The only
Massanella?
question I have, or 2 questions. Have we ever gotten bills like this for voter locations, polling locations? And
Anne Marie's going to answer.
yeah, and if whether we have or not, paying this could possibly then really open up Pandora's box if other groups with all our polling locations could always be submitting bills for whatever they deem needed too. But that's all I have to say. Go ahead.
Ms. McCarthy?
We've never gotten bills, but we have gotten complaints from other polling locations of damages that were done on Election Day.
And just to follow up, are polling locations paid rent for use of their facilities?
Yes, they get paid by the county.
Do you know about how much that might be? It's okay, I'm
I
putting you
think
on the
it's
spot.
about $50 or $100 a district, so depending on how many districts you have at that location.
Okay, and that one, I'm remembering, 4 or 5 maybe?
5.
There was 5, so they would get about 250.
Okay, thank you. Other comments, Councilman Kramer?
I believe I read an email that Councilwoman Sherman wrote suggesting that we pass a resolution imploring the county to pay. I feel this is their responsibility, not us. All we did was, Anne Marie acted as their, what?
Agent.
Agent, thank you, perfect word,
No,
to
imperfect word. Go between.
Go between.
Go between, I am advised by my attorney, go between, to,
Informal go between.
to procure a location, but this was, they run the elections, this is them, they should pay, or, I think the fire department district is misdirected by bringing it to us simply because they dealt with her. I think we should be helping them push the county to pay.
Okay, and Ms. McCarthy, following up on that, who pays the rent to the places?
County.
The county.
The county does, okay.
And they pay all the poll workers, too.
Correct.
And the payment to the poll workers is by the county,
Right.
too?
All I do is recommend the polling places to the county, and then they approve them.
Okay, so is that a motion, Councilman Kramer? To
Sure.
direct
Second.
the
Second.
Manager or clerk to write a letter?
Apparently it is.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I thought you said.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
I'll second that motion.
Well, actually, my motion was that we pass a resolution, but we can just, I'm fine with directing the manager.
Okay,
I motion that we direct the manager to write a letter imploring the county to pay.
And I'll second that motion.
Can I now comment on that?
Warnocker? Yes.
We have in fact referred this to the county, and the county has denied it. And so
Okay.
while I will be most eloquent in my letter to the County Board of Elections, I don't believe it'll have very much effect. I think the resolution might be better.
Okay, so whereas the such and such fire department had financial injuries due to use of their facilities for voting, and whereas the county is responsible for doing this, be it resolved that the mayor, but not the council in Franklin, say, please pay them because this was your thing.
right, and Mr. Bornlock, if it's your opinion to volunteer public works, as you said, you
The discussion at this end of the dais has been, and I will pursue the repair of the lawn work as soon as possible with Public Works so that we can at least get that remedied at a relatively little cost to the township.
Right, so that was my motion that the clerk will put in better words.
Okay, if that's it, all in favor of?
We need a second.
Second.
No, he did, Jimmy did.
Oh, sorry.
Got a second.
Okay, no, it's all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, thank you very much. Well, you'll let us know when they say what they say.
I will.
When they
Okay.
reject it again.
And have Mr. Chase correct my grammar.
So now we're now at item number 12, approval of minutes. And we have Township Council Budget Meeting, March 11th, 2013. Township Council Work Session Regular Meeting of March 12th, 2013. These minutes are presented to the Township Council. Is there a motion to approve the aforementioned minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. McCarthy, please pull the council on approval of the minutes.
Councilman Chase?
Yes.
Councilman Kramer?
Yes.
Mayor Levine?
Yes.
Councilman Regan?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Sherman?
Yes.
Councilman Vasanella?
Yes on B. Abstain on A.
Okay. Okay, motion is carried. Next, we have item number 13, the warrants. The warrants are the bills that we pay. Warrants in the amount of $1,914,354.17 on March 27th, 2013 are presented to the Township Council for payment. Is there a motion to pay the warrants as read?
So moved.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. Ms. McCarthy, please poll the council on payment of the warrants.
Councilman Chase?
Yes.
Councilman Kramer?
Yes.
Mayor Levine?
Yes.
Councilman Regan?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Sherman?
Yes.
Councilman Vasanella.
Yes.
Okay, motion is carried. Item number 14, ordinance hearings. We had done that earlier in the meeting. So now we have item 15, introduction on first reading. We only have one this evening. Is item 15A on the agenda. Ordinance 4015-13, an ordinance amending the code of the Township of Franklin, County of Somerset, State of New Jersey, more particularly, Chapter 384, Water, Article 6, Water Rates and Meter Charges. This is basically, let me try that again. It's not basically. Oh, do I have a different number? Oh, Article 4 or Article 6?
The increase.
Either one, okay. Got two
There's
different
different
Okay.
versions of the agenda have
That's okay,
different
we'll
ways. Let's-
fix the specifics later, I hope.
Yeah.
4015.
That's okay.
Article 4.
Article 4, okay, thank you. Thanks, Councilman Chase. Okay. This is an increase in water rates to cover the costs. It's the second time in 10 years we have increased water rates. The foregoing ordinance is presented to the Township Council for adoption on first reading, posting, publication in accordance with law, and public hearing and final adoption on Tuesday, April 9th, 2013, at 7 o'clock p.m. here at the Municipal Complex. Is there a motion to introduce?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. McCarthy, please poll the council on item 15A, ordinance 4015-13, please.
Councilman Chase.
Yes.
Councilman Kramer.
Yes.
Mayor Levine.
Yes.
Councilman Regan.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Sherman.
Yes.
Councilman Vasanella.
Yes.
Motion is carried. Next, we have our consent agenda. Consent agenda items of basically a routine nature. They're voted on at one time. It is any council person's prerogative to take them off for a separate vote. So we have items 16A through 16T on the agenda. So the items 16A through 16T, as listed on the consent agenda portion of the meeting, are presented to the Township Council for adoption. Is there discussion or a motion?
Motion to approve.
Seconded.
Moved, second. Ms. McCarthy, please poll the council on the consent agenda.
Councilman Chase.
Yes.
Councilman Kramer.
Yes.
Mayor Levine.
Yes.
Councilman Regan.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Sherman.
Yes.
Councilman Vasanella.
Yes.
Okay, motion is carried. And I think that leads us to 17, resolution vote on separately, which we already did, and to item number 18, boards and commission appointments. Are there any nominations?
Mayor,
Councilman Vasanella.
I'd like to nominate Mr. Bruce McCracken for the vacant seat on the Cable Television Advisory Committee,
Good. Okay,
which meets on Monday, so it is a timely matter.
okay, so,
And this is endorsed by the chairwoman of the committee and informally by some of the members.
okay, any other nominations for this? Okay, Mr. McCracken served the town many capacities over a long period. All in favor of Mr. McCracken, by acclamation, please say aye.
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 Opposed, abstained, congratulations, and thanks again to Mr. McCracken. Any other nominations? In that case, we're at number 19, which would be executive session. And we do not have any, which leads us to item 20, for adjournment. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Yes, please.
Second. Yes.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Two opposed, abstained. We are adjourned unanimously, 2-0.